Hello and welcome to Dreamstate Discoveries, a space for gentle facts and slow stories designed to help you leave the day behind and find a deep, restful peace. Tonight we drift away from the bright lights and the busy thoughts. Tonight we are going to wander into the oldest, quietest neighborhood on our planet. We are going to be still among the trees. There is a special kind of silence held within a forest, a silence that is not empty, but full of slow growth, patient breath, and ancient wisdom. In this place, the rush of minutes and hours softens into the stretch of decades and centuries. Here, you can let your own breathing slow to match that grander, greener rhythm. You can allow your thoughts to settle like leaves finding their way to the forest floor. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to solve. For now, just settle in. Let the weight of your body be supported as if you were resting your back against the solid, reassuring trunk of a great oak or a redwood. And together, we will explore the most relaxing facts about trees. We will listen to their stories, told not in words, but in rings, in rustles, in roots that whisper secrets through the soil. So close your eyes if you wish, feel yourself becoming still, and imagine as you breathe in that you are drawing in the cool, clean, quiet air that a forest has spent a century preparing for you. And as you breathe out, you release any tension, any lingering thought, back into that endless, patient cycle. Let us begin this gentle journey into the heart of the wood, where time itself grows slow and sleep comes as naturally as nightfall. Imagine, if you will, the very first tree, not the first plant or the first fern, but the first living thing that could truly be called a tree. It began not with a bang, but with a slow, persistent push through the damp soil of a world that looked nothing like our own. This was over 380 million years ago, a span of time so vast it can be hard to hold in your mind. But we can try. We can soften our sense of time and let it expand. Back then, the land was mostly silent, a canvas of rock and shallow water. The air was thick with different gases. And into this quiet world, a plant called Archaeopteris began to do something revolutionary. It began to grow not just out, but steadily, purposefully, up. It developed a strong, woody trunk made of a resilient substance we call lignin. This was a new idea. Before this, most plants were soft, like stems of grass or moss, bending with every breeze. But Archaeopteris decided to stand, to reach, to build itself a tower of living wood, cell by patient cell, year by slow year. It was not in a hurry. It had all the time in the world. And this simple, profound act, the decision to grow tall, changed the planet forever. It created the first forest, a collection of these gentle giants standing together in the quiet, their canopies beginning to filter the ancient sunlight, their roots beginning to gently stir the lifeless rock below into something new, soil. This is where our story of trees begins, in an act of immense patience, in a slow upward climb that would, over millions of centuries, create the very air we breathe tonight. So as you rest, you can picture that first quiet forest, a place of soft greens and simple forms, standing in a silence broken only by the wind and the soft creak of growing wood. It was a beginning, a deep green and profoundly peaceful beginning. And from that beginning, trees learned the art of conversation, a slow, patient conversation that happens not in the air, but in the dark, rich world beneath our feet. Imagine the root tips of a tree. They are delicate, seeking, almost like fingertips. They extend themselves slowly through the soil, feeling for water, for minerals, for a place to anchor. And as they grow, they encounter the root tips of other trees, even trees of different species. And here, in the darkness, they do not compete in a frantic struggle. Instead, they often form an alliance, a symbiotic partnership with a silent, hidden third party, a vast web-like network of fungi. These fungal threads, called mycelium, are finer than a human hair, and they weave through the soil like a living, breathing internet. They connect tree to tree root, and through this mycelial network, the trees can talk, they can share. If one tree is struggling, perhaps it is in deep shade and cannot make enough sugar from the sun, a neighboring tree, a stronger tree, can send sugars and nutrients to it through this fungal web. The fungi facilitate the exchange, taking a small share for themselves. It is a barter system in the dark, an economy of kindness, operating on a timescale of weeks and months. And they can send warnings too. If one tree is attacked by insects, it can release chemical signals into the network, a gentle, silent alarm that tells the other trees to bolster their own defenses. This is the Wood Wide Web, a mycorrhizal network. It means that a forest is not merely a collection of individual trees, it is a community, a single interconnected organism. The tall, strong mother trees in the center of a grove, often called hub trees, act as central nodes, nurturing the younger saplings around them, even if they are not their direct offspring. They are the librarians of the forest, holding the wisdom and resources and sharing them freely through the quiet, dark pathways below. So when you think of a forest, you can picture more than the trunks and the leaves. You can picture this soft, sprawling, silent web of connection beneath the soil, a network of mutual support, of quiet communication, where help is given without expectation and the well-being of the whole is the deepest, slowest goal. It is a lesson in community, taught in whispers through the roots. Now let your mind travel up from those dark, conversing roots, up the solid trunk, through the layers of bark that are like the tree's own skin, recording its history, and out into the sunlight, to the very tips of the branches, to the most miraculous factories on earth, the leaves. Each leaf is a tiny, silent engine of transformation. It sits patiently on its twig, facing the sun. And inside it, in cells called chloroplasts, a magic trick of the gentlest kind occurs: photosynthesis. It is a word we learned long ago, but if we slow down and really consider it, it becomes a source of deep wonder. The leaf takes in two things that seem so simple, so intangible. It takes in sunlight, not the heat, but the light itself, captured in photons, little packets of energy. And it takes in carbon dioxide, the very air we breathe out, the air that rises from the soil, a gas that is invisible and weightless. And with the quiet power of green chlorophyll, the leaf combines these two intangible things. It weaves them together. And from this union, it creates something solid, something real. It creates sugar, food for the tree, the building block of wood, of bark, of every new bud. And in the process, it releases a gift back into the air, oxygen, the very molecule that fills our lungs with life with every breath we take. So as you lie here, breathing slowly and deeply, you can imagine that breath. You can imagine it flowing into you and then out. And with every breath out, you are offering a gift to the waiting leaves of the world. And with every breath in, you are receiving a gift back from them. A perfect, silent exchange that has been going on for hundreds of millions of years. The tree does not hustle, it does not strive, it simply sits in the sun and turns light into life. It turns our breath into its body and gives us back the air we need. It is the ultimate act of peaceful productivity. So let your own breathing fall into rhythm with this ancient cycle. Breathe out and offer. Breathe in
and receive, a slow, timeless dialogue between your body and the green world. And while the leaves work with the sun, the trunk of the tree is engaged in its own patient upward journey. It is growing, not in a sudden surge, but in a slow, persistent push. Each year, in the growing season, a thin layer of cells just beneath the bark, called the cambium, becomes active. It is a ring of living potential wrapped around the entire tree. And this cambium layer does a beautiful, simple thing. It creates new cells. On its inside, it lays down new wood, xylem. This is the tree's plumbing, its history book, its strength. On its outside, it lays down new phloem, the inner bark, which carries the sugars from the leaves down to the roots.
Year after year, this ring adds a new layer of wood, a new ring. And in that ring is recorded the entire story of that year's weather. A wide, light ring tells of a year of plentiful rain and long, sunny days. A narrow, dark ring whispers of a drought, a cold summer, a time of hardship. The tree does not forget. It carries its history within itself, a concentric library of good years and lean years. This growth is incredibly slow. An oak might add only a few millimeters of girth in a year. A bristlecone pine in the high mountains might add less than the width of a human hair. There is no rush. The tree's time is not our time. Its sense of a season is profound, deep. It does not measure success in quick wins, but in consistent, gradual accumulation, in simply enduring, in standing through another winter, another storm, another century. As you rest, you can imagine this slow pulse of growth, the almost imperceptible swell of the trunk, the silent laying down of another ring of memory, another page in an autobiography written in wood. It is a reminder that not all progress is fast, that some of the most important growth in our own lives happens slowly, in the quiet seasons, in the simple act of standing firm and reaching patiently for the light. And what do these patient beings do with all that time? They become archives, living libraries of the climate. Scientists called dendrochronologists are the gentle librarians of these libraries. They take a core, a thin straw of wood extracted carefully from trunk to pith, and they lay it out. They examine the pattern of wide and narrow rings. And because each pattern of good and bad years is unique, like a fingerprint, they can match it up. They can take the pattern from a beam in an ancient house and match it to the pattern in a living tree, and thus date the house. They can take the pattern from a fossilized tree and match it to patterns we know, reading the climate of a world long gone. A single tree, like a giant sequoia or a bristlecone pine, can hold a record of 3, 4, even 5,000 years in its wood. That means a tree living today was a sapling when the pyramids were being built. It was already ancient when Rome fell. It was a mature giant when Shakespeare put pen to paper. It has stood through all of human recorded history, and then some. It has felt the changes in the wind, the subtle shifts in rainfall, the pulse of solar activity, all recorded in the spacing of its rings. And when trees stand together in a forest, their records overlap. They corroborate each other's stories. One tree's narrow ring from a bad year is confirmed by the narrow ring in every other tree from miles around. This allows scientists to build a timeline, a chronology that stretches back over 10,000 years, a continuous story of our planet's climate, written not in ink, but in lignin and cellulose, a story told without opinion, without bias, just a simple, factual recording of what the seasons brought. As you drift, you can imagine being in the presence of such a being, a bristlecone pine on a wind-swept mountain, its wood sculpted by millennia of icy wind, gnarled and strong. It holds within its body a memory of 1,000 human lifetimes. It has seen empires rise and fade into dust, and it simply continued to grow, one tiny ring at a time.
In its presence, our worries, our frantic schedules, our brief struggles find their scale. They are absorbed into the vast, patient timeline of the tree. They become part of a larger, slower story, and there is a profound peace in that. Now, let's consider the shape of a tree itself, that beautiful, branching form. It is not random. It is a perfect solution to a quiet problem: how to hold leaves up to the sun in the most efficient way possible. It is a pattern found everywhere in nature, in the branching of our own blood vessels, in the delta of a river, in cracks in dried mud. It is called fractal branching. A large branch splits into smaller branches, which split into twigs, which split into stems holding leaves. Each split follows a similar mathematical rule, often the Fibonacci sequence, a series of numbers where each is the sum of the two before it: 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. This pattern allows for maximum exposure with minimal overlap. Each leaf can find its own window to the sky. It is a design of peaceful efficiency, evolved over eons. The tree does not plan this shape. It simply grows toward the light, and the buds that get the most light grow more, and a pattern emerges, a beautiful, flowing, branching pattern. If you look at a winter tree silhouetted against a gray sky, you can see this pattern clearly. It looks like a river system or a map of lightning frozen in place. It is a visual lullaby, a naturally occurring art designed by sunlight and time. And this shape is also incredibly strong. It distributes weight perfectly. It allows the wind to flow through it, bending rather than breaking. The tree sways with the storm, its roots holding firm, its branches flowing like water. There is no resistance, only flexible acceptance. So picture that shape, the gentle fork of a branch, the way it divides and divides again, becoming finer and finer until it holds a single leaf, turning gently in a soft breeze. It is a pattern of peace, a pattern of reaching out, of dividing the burden, of sharing the light. Let your own thoughts begin to branch in this gentle way. Let one thought gently divide into two softer thoughts, and then those into four quieter ideas, until your mind is like a canopy of peaceful, separate points of light, not tangled, but beautifully, spaciously arranged. And in that canopy there is a sound, perhaps the most relaxing sound in the natural world, the sound of leaves rustling. But it is not just one sound. It is a language of wind and leaf shape. A pine tree with its thin needles creates a soft, sighing whisper, a constant shh that seems to emanate from the very soul of the forest. An aspen with its flat, trembling leaves on long stalks creates a shimmering, liquid chatter like gentle rain on a still pond. An oak with its broad, tough leaves creates a deeper, more substantial rustle, a sound of substance and age. Scientists have given this a beautiful name: citharism, the sound of wind in the trees. It is a sound that our nervous systems recognize at a deep, primal level. It is a sound of safety, a sound that says there are no large predators sneaking through dry underbrush. It is a sound that masks other more jarring noises. It is nature's original white noise machine. But it is better than machine noise because it is alive. It is variable, but predictably so. It rises and falls with the breath of the planet. It is a sound you can give yourself to completely. You don't need to listen to it. You can simply let it wash over you. It becomes the auditory texture of relaxation. So, in your mind, conjure that sound now, the soft, sighing whisper of a pine forest on a mountainside. It is a steady, breathing sound. It syncs with your own breath. In, the sigh softens. Out, the sigh rises. It is the forest breathing with you. There is no need to hold on to the sound. Just let it be there in the background of your mind, a gentle, constant, soothing presence, wearing away the sharp edges of the day. Beneath that whispering canopy, another kind of magic happens, on a scale so small we rarely consider it, but it is the foundation of the forest's peace. It is the fall of leaves. Not in autumn, but every day, a gentle, constant littering. Leaves have a lifespan. They grow, they work, and when they are old or damaged or simply no longer needed, the tree lets them go. It forms a special layer of cells at the base of the leaf stem called the abscission layer. This layer slowly seals off the connection, and the leaf, with one last gentle tug from the wind, drifts free. It spirals down, turning lazily in the air, and comes to rest on the forest floor. This is not an end, it is a transition. It is the beginning of a slow, beautiful return. The fallen leaf joins a thick, soft carpet on the ground. This is the duff layer. And here, in the cool, damp darkness, an entire universe of tiny, quiet creatures goes to work. Earthworms, fungi, bacteria, mites, springtails, a whole community of decomposers. They do not devour, they dismantle with infinite patience. They break down the tough cellulose and lignin, the very stuff of the leaf's body, into simpler and simpler parts. They turn the leaf into humus, rich, dark, fragrant soil. And in that soil are all the minerals the leaf had gathered during its life: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And from that soil, the tree's roots, with the help of its fungal partners, will draw up those very same minerals. They will send them back up the trunk, out to the branches, and into new leaves. The old leaf becomes the new leaf. It is the ultimate
Recycling, a perfect closed loop of giving and receiving. Nothing is wasted. Everything is used, transformed, and offered again in a new form. As you rest, you can imagine yourself as that leaf, not in a sad way, but in a peaceful, purposeful way. You can imagine the worries of the day, the spent energy, the old thoughts drifting from you like autumn leaves, spinning down and coming to rest on a soft, forgiving ground. And there, they will be slowly taken apart. Their energy will be transformed. Their essence will become part of the soil from which new, peaceful thoughts can grow tomorrow. There is no hurry in this process. It is a slow return, a gentle decay that feeds new life. It is the forest's way of cleaning, of renewing, of sustaining itself in perfect, quiet balance. And from that rich, dark soil, the tree draws not just food, but its very anchor, its foundation, the root system. We often think of roots as a mirror image of the branches, digging down as deep as the tree is tall. But for most trees, that is not the case. Most trees have surprisingly shallow, but incredibly wide-spreading root systems. They don't dig deep for water. They spread wide to catch the rain as it soaks through the top layers of soil. A mature oak's root system can spread out 2 to 3 times wider than its canopy. It is a vast, hidden network, a sprawling map beneath the surface. And these roots do not grip the soil in a tight, clenched fist. They hold it in a gentle, loose embrace. In fact, they are what hold the soil together. They prevent erosion. On a hillside, it is the trees with their net of roots that keep the earth from sliding away with every rain. They are the gentle guardians of the ground. And they grow slowly, feeling their way. They avoid obstacles. They follow the path of least resistance. They seek out pockets of moisture. They are explorers in the dark, moving with a patience that makes our own journeys seem frantic and rushed. They may grow only a few centimeters in a year, but over decades, they create a web of stability that can withstand tremendous force. When a storm blows, the tree sways. Its roots are not rigid posts, they flex. The entire root system moves slightly in the earth, absorbing the shock, distributing the strain. It is a dance with the wind, anchored by a wide, flexible base. So picture yourself now, held by such a system, not by a single frail thread,
but by a wide, sprawling network of support deep in the comforting dark of the earth. Your worries are the wind, and your roots are flexible. They allow you to sway, to bend, but not to break. You are held. You are anchored. You are supported by a network you cannot see, but whose strength is proven by centuries of storms weathered, of seasons past, of steadfast, silent standing. Now, let us travel to a special kind of forest, where the trees themselves create their own weather, their own atmosphere of profound calm. The rainforest, but not the noisy, vibrant daytime rainforest. The rainforest at night, or more specifically, the rainforest canopy viewed from within. Imagine being in the very top layers of a tropical rainforest, not on the ground, but suspended among the branches, in that world of eternal green twilight. Here, the air is different. It is moist and still and rich with the smell of life and decay, of flowers and damp wood. The trees here are not solitary. They are woven together by lianas, thick, woody vines that climb from the forest floor, using the trees as supports to reach the light. These vines connect the canopy into a single, continuous landscape. An animal, like a sloth, can move for miles without ever touching the ground, traveling along this aerial highway. And the trees themselves host other plants, orchids, ferns, bromeliads, that grow not in the soil, but in the pockets of humus that collect in the forks of branches. These are called epiphytes, or air plants. They are not parasites. They simply use the tree as a place to live, to be closer to the sun and rain. They take nothing from the tree. They just exist alongside it, adding their own beauty and life to the canopy. This creates a world in the sky, a suspended garden. And in this garden, the rain does not fall in heavy drops that hit the ground. It is intercepted. The canopy acts like a giant living umbrella. The rain hits the leaves and is slowed. It trickles down stems. It drips from leaf tip to leaf tip. It is channeled down the vines. What reaches the forest floor is a soft, constant drip, a gentle, percussive patter that can last for hours after the storm has passed above. It is the sound of water being patiently slowed, filtered, and shared. The entire system is designed to capture, to hold, to recycle. It is a world of incredible complexity, yet it operates with a slow, fluid grace. There is no sense of hurry. The sloth moves in slow motion. The plants grow at their own pace. The water drips, drop by single drop. It is a testament to the idea that life can be lush, abundant, and profoundly peaceful all at once. A world where everything is connected, supported, and moving at the speed of growing leaves. From that lush, green world, let us journey to its opposite, a place of extreme quiet, of stark beauty, of unimaginable slowness, the boreal forest, or taiga. This is the forest that circles the top of the globe, a vast green belt of coniferous trees, spruce, fir, pine, larch. Here, the winters are long, dark, and deeply cold. The summers are short and cool. The soil is thin, often underlaid by permafrost, a layer of permanently frozen earth. In this environment, trees grow with a patience that is almost unimaginable. A spruce tree that is 100 years old might be only as thick as your wrist and a few meters tall. Its ring growths are so tight they can be hard to see with the naked eye. Each year, it has only a brief window, a few weeks, to wake up, produce new needles, photosynthesize, and then prepare for the long sleep again. It is a life of minimalism, of conserving energy, of waiting. The shape of these trees is adapted to the snow. They are often conical, like Christmas trees, so that heavy snow slides off their branches rather than breaking them. They are flexible, bending under the weight of winter and then springing back when the snow melts. And in the depth of winter, when temperatures plunge to 40, 50 degrees below zero, The very sap in their cells undergoes a change. It becomes supercooled, avoiding freezing in a way that scientists still don't understand. The tree enters a state of suspended animation. Its metabolism slows to almost nothing. It is not dead. It is in a deep, deep rest, a hibernation more complete than any bear's. It is simply waiting for the sun to return, for the faint warmth to penetrate the frozen ground. And when it does, it will begin again, that incredibly slow, patient accumulation of wood, of life. Standing in a boreal forest, the silence is immense. It is a silence of deep cold, of sleeping earth, of trees holding their breath. It is a silence you can feel in your bones, a peaceful, profound stillness that teaches the value of rest, the necessity of dormancy, that there are seasons for growing and seasons for simply being, for conserving your light and waiting for the sun to rise. So as you drift towards sleep, you can imagine yourself in such a forest, not feeling the cold, but feeling the profound, enveloping quiet, the deep, dark rest of the trees, their acceptance of the long night, their trust that the light will return. And until it does, there is peace in the waiting. There is strength in the stillness. And in their stillness, trees perform a service for us, a service of quiet cleansing. They are the lungs of the planet, yes, but they are also its filters. Their leaves, their bark, even their very presence scrub the air clean. Particulate matter, the dust, the pollution, the microscopic debris from our cities and roads float in the air. When this air moves through a forest, the trees act as a gentle sieve. The rough surface of bark traps particles. The sticky surfaces of leaves capture them. Even the negative ions produced by forests, especially around waterfalls and after rain, cause particles to clump together and fall to the ground. The air that emerges from the other side of a woodland is cleaner, fresher, lighter. But trees do more than filter the air. They clean the water, too. When rain falls on a forest, it does not hit bare earth and run off in a muddy, erosive torrent. It is caught by the canopy, slowed, and drips gently to the forest floor. There, it soaks into the deep, spongy duff layer, rich with organic matter. This acts like a massive, living filter. It removes sediments, it captures pollutants, it allows the water to seep down,
slowly being purified on its journey to the groundwater, to the springs, to the streams that eventually become our rivers. A forest is a water treatment plant that asks for nothing in return, that operates on sunlight and time. It is a quiet, constant service, an act of global housekeeping. So as you breathe in and out tonight, you can imagine each breath being drawn through a vast green filter. You can imagine the trees around you, wherever they are, taking in the air you exhale and the air of the world, and gently, patiently cleaning it, turning the chaotic and soiled into the orderly and pure. It is a nurturing act, a maternal act performed by the silent, standing ones. Let that thought cleanse your mind as you drift. Imagine each thought, each worry being caught on the sticky surface of a broad, gentle leaf and then washed away by a soft, forgiving rain down into the rich, accepting soil where it can be transformed. This transformation leads us to one of the most soothing concepts in all of nature: succession. A forest is never static, it is always slowly becoming. But this becoming is not a sudden replacement, it is a gentle handoff, a relay race run over centuries. Imagine an open field abandoned after farming, or a patch of land scarred by fire. The first to arrive are the pioneers.
These are not trees, but hardy, fast-growing plants, grasses, weeds, wildflowers. They stabilize the soil with their roots. They add organic matter when they die. They create a little shelter. And in their shelter, the first tree seedlings can take hold. These are usually sun-loving, fast-growing trees like aspens, birches, or pines. They grow quickly, forming a young, thick woodland. This young forest creates shade. It changes the microclimate underneath it, making it cooler, moister. And this new environment is no longer ideal for the sun-loving pioneers or even for their own seedlings, but it is perfect for the seeds of different trees, the shade-tolerant species, oaks, maples, beeches. Their seedlings can sprout and grow slowly in the dappled light under the canopy of the pines. As the pioneer trees reach the end of their shorter lifespans, they begin to die, creating gaps in the canopy. And into these gaps, the young oaks and maples, who have been waiting patiently in the understory for decades, finally stretch up to claim the sunlight. Slowly, steadily, the forest changes from a pine or birch wood to a mixed hardwood forest. This is the climax community, a stable, diverse forest that can perpetuate itself for thousands of years until a major disturbance, like a fire or a storm, resets the clock. But notice the pace. This process takes 100, 200 years. There is no upheaval, no violent takeover, just a slow, graceful shifting of roles. The pioneers prepare the way and then gracefully make room. The long-lived giants grow slowly in the shadow, waiting for their moment, and when it comes, they rise without rush. It is a lesson in patience, in timing, in the value of every stage of life. No stage is wasted. The grass is as important as the oak. The short-lived pine is as crucial as the enduring maple. Each has its role in the slow, beautiful dance toward deep, stable peace. Your own life has its seasons of pioneering, of quick growth, of waiting in the shade, of reaching maturity, and each stage is necessary. Each is peaceful in its own right, part of a succession leading you toward your own inner climax forest, a state of deep, stable, complex peace. Within that stable, ancient forest, time takes on a different quality. We have spoken of tree time, of the slow ring, of centuries passing, but trees also mark the shorter cycles, the daily cycle. Trees, you see, have a kind of sleep. It is not sleep as we know it, but a daily rhythm of rest and activity, a circadian rhythm just like ours. At night, when there is no sun for photosynthesis, many trees allow their branches to relax. They droop slightly. Some species, like the mimosa, famously fold their leaves closed. This is called nyctinasty. It is thought to be a way to conserve water or perhaps to protect tender leaves from the cold. But it is a visible, daily resting phase. The tree is not working through the night. It is in a state of quiet. Its metabolic processes slow. It waits for the dawn. And with the first light, a change comes over the tree. The branches lift. The leaves orient themselves toward the sun. The stomata, the tiny pores on the leaves, open to breathe in carbon dioxide. The great, gentle engine of photosynthesis hums to life once more. This daily pulse is a reminder that rest is built into the very fabric of life, even for beings that seem to stand eternally awake. They too need the dark. They too benefit from the pause. Your own need for sleep is not a flaw or a sign of weakness. It is as natural, as essential, as the drooping of a birch branch under the starlight. It is your nyctanasty, your time to fold in, to conserve your energy, to process the light of the day and prepare for the dawn to come. So as you settle deeper into your rest, feel yourself in sync with this grand daily rhythm. The sun has set, the light is gone, and now it is time for the trees to rest, and for you to rest with them. Let your branches relax, let your leaves go soft. There is no need to reach for anything now. Just be in the quiet dark.
And in that quiet dark, another phenomenon occurs, one that seems straight out of a dream. Some trees glow, not with light they produce themselves, like a firefly, but with a ghostly, ethereal luminescence provided by another organism. It is called foxfire. It is the light emitted by certain species of bioluminescent fungi that grow on rotting wood. The fungus, digesting the damped, decaying log or stump, produces light as a byproduct of its chemical processes. This light is usually a soft, eerie green or blue. It is not bright enough to read by, but in the absolute darkness of a deep forest at night, it is unmistakable. A fallen log, a crumbling stump, can appear to be lit from within by a cool, magical glow. It is a light with no heat, a light that serves no apparent purpose for the tree. The tree is already dead, returning to the earth. But for the fungus, it might attract insects that help spread its spores. For us, it is a glimpse into a hidden, gentle magic. It is a reminder that even in decay there can be beauty. Even in the process of returning to the soil, there is a soft, guiding light. It transforms the forest floor at night from a place of potential fear into a place of wonder. The dark is not empty, it is sprinkled with these faint green stars. It makes the night world a friendlier, more mystical place. So if your mind conjures images of the deep woods at night, do not let them be frightening. Let them be softly lit by foxfire. Imagine a moss-covered log glowing with a gentle bioluminescent green, as if holding moonlight in its very fibers. It is a peaceful light, a light that says all is as it should be. Decay is part of life, and even this final surrender can be beautiful, can be lit from within by a quiet, natural grace. Let that soft green glow be the nightlight of your imagination, guiding you deeper into rest, assuring you that there is nothing to fear in the dark, only beauty and the slow, gentle processes of transformation. We have wandered from roots to canopy, from rainforest to taiga, from day to night. Now let us consider the tree in solitude, the witness tree. This is a tree that stands alone, often in a field or on a hilltop, or in a place where the forest around it has long since been cleared. It is a sentinel. It has witnessed the changing of the landscape over generations. Farmers have come and gone beneath its branches. Wars have passed by. Seasons have cycled one after another for centuries. This tree provides shelter. Its shade is a refuge for animals on a hot day, for a farmer resting at noon. Its branches are a perch for birds of prey scanning the fields. It becomes a landmark, a meeting place, a living monument to persistence. There is a profound loneliness to such a tree, but also a profound strength. It does not have the support of a forest community. The fungal network may be fragmented. It is exposed to the full force of the wind. And yet, it adapts.
It grows thicker, stronger branches on the side that faces the prevailing wind. Its roots spread wide to find water and anchor it firmly against storms. It becomes a lesson in resilience born of solitude. It finds a way to stand, alone, in grace. We all have moments where we feel like that witness tree, isolated, bearing the brunt of the wind, feeling exposed. But the tree teaches us that there is a beauty in that standing alone. There is a perspective gained, a strength developed in the limbs that is unique. You become a landmark for yourself, a point of reference. You provide your own shelter. And your roots, though they spread in solitude, go deep and wide, finding sustenance in unexpected places. So if you feel alone tonight, picture yourself as that great, kind witness tree on a hill. The wind blows and you feel it. You sway with it, but you do not fall. Your roots hold you. Your branches provide shelter for your own spirit. And from your vantage point, you can see far. You can see the horizon. You can see the peaceful, slow sweep of time over the landscape. There is a quiet dignity in your solitude, a deep, unshakable peace. From that solitary peace, let us return to the forest and to one of its most enchanting phenomena, a phenomenon of sound, but also of scent. The petrichor, that fresh, earthy smell that rises from the ground after a rain, especially after a long dry spell. It is a smell that is deeply soothing, primal, and comforting, and trees are intimately involved in creating it. During dry periods, plants, including trees, release oils into the soil and onto their leaves and the surrounding debris. These oils are a kind of stress signal, but also a way to slow water loss. These oils soak into the soil and coat bits of organic matter. When the rain finally comes, the raindrops hit the dry soil and trap tiny air bubbles. These bubbles float to the surface and burst, releasing aerosols, tiny particles into the air. These aerosols carry with them the scent of those plant oils, plus another compound called geosmin, which is produced by soil bacteria. This mixture is petrichor. It is literally the smell of rain on earth. But in a forest, it is magnified. It is the smell of a million leaves releasing their pent-up oils, of the dry duff layer being awakened, of the earth breathing a sigh of relief. It is nature's own aromatherapy, a signal that balance has been restored. The air is clean, the plants are drinking, the world is renewed. As you breathe slowly in your rest, you can imagine that scent. Clean, damp earth, the faint, sweet decay of wet leaves, the crisp green smell of washed pine needles. It is the scent of peace after a wait, of nourishment arriving. Let that imagined scent fill your lungs. With each breath in, you draw in that cool, rain-washed air. With each breath out, you release any lingering dryness, any lingering stress. You are the forest, and the gentle rain has come at last. After the rain, in the filtered sunlight that breaks through the clouds, another quiet magic occurs, the rainbow. But in a forest, you might find a different kind of rainbow. A sunbeam striking a falling droplet of water, dripping from a leaf, can create a tiny, perfect prism, a miniature rainbow, fleeting and private. And if the conditions are just right, you might witness a phenomenon called a fog bow or a glory. This is a series of colored rings like a circular rainbow that appears in the mist that often hangs in a forest after rain or in the clouds on a mountain. It is caused by the diffraction of light through tiny water droplets. It is a soft, spectral halo in the air. These subtle light shows are gifts of the forest atmosphere. They require moisture, they require light, and they require a viewer who is quiet and still enough to notice. They are not grand like a desert rainbow spanning the sky. They are intimate. They are the forest's own gentle art, painted on the canvas of mist and air. They remind us that beauty is often found not in the grandiose, but in the small, quiet, transient moments, in the droplet hanging from a needle, in the beam of light finding its way through a gap in the clouds, in the patient waiting for the exact right conditions for a glory to appear. Your own peaceful moments can be like these forest glories, small, perfect, and sometimes only visible to you. They may not last long, but their beauty is no less real. They are evidence of light interacting with the moisture of your experience, creating something quietly magnificent. So look for those glories in your memory, in your feeling, the small, perfect moments of peace you have known. Let them form soft, colored rings in the mist of your mind, a gentle, beautiful halo around your thoughts as they grow softer and softer. We have traveled through time, through seasons, through cycles of light and dark, growth and decay. Now let us come to the final and perhaps most relaxing lesson the trees have to offer. It is the lesson of simply being. A tree does not do in the way we think of doing.
It does not chase. It does not strive. It does not fret about tomorrow. It stands. It photosynthesizes. It exchanges gases. It draws water from the ground. It grows at the pace it is given. It endures the storms. It enjoys the sun. It rests in the dark. Its purpose is not separate from its existence. To be a tree is its purpose. It is a lesson in presence, in accepting your place in the ecosystem, in the cycle, in the flow of time. You are where you are. Your roots are in your past, your experiences, your memories, drawing nourishment from them. Your trunk is your core, your strength, built layer by layer over the years. Your branches are your reach, your aspirations, stretching toward the light of your interests, your loves, your curiosities. Your leaves are your daily interactions, the places where you exchange energy with the world, taking in what you need and giving back what you can. And sometimes you must let leaves fall. You must shed what is no longer serving you and trust that it will decay and feed your future growth. All of this happens without anxiety. It happens because it is your nature. So tonight, as you lie here, you can practice simply being a tree. Feel your roots, your connection to the bed, to the earth, deep and supportive. Feel your trunk, your spine, solid and steady. Feel your branches, your arms and your mind, relaxed and open, not grasping, just reaching gently. Feel your leaves, your breath, exchanging the air, in and out, a quiet, vital rhythm. You are not striving to get anywhere. You are not solving anything. You are simply being, a living, breathing, resting being, part of a much larger, slower, peaceful system, a system that has been practicing peace for hundreds of millions of years. You are home. You are in the forest. You are the forest. And in this deep, green belonging, you can finally let go. Let that feeling of belonging settle over you, as softly as a blanket of moss settles over an ancient stone. We are deep in the forest now, in the heart of the quiet. And here, we can begin to appreciate the trees not just as individuals, but as architects of an entire world. They build more than their own bodies.
They build habitats, microclimates, sanctuaries for countless other lives. A single old oak tree, for instance, can be a bustling metropolis. Its leaves feed caterpillars, its acorns feed squirrels, jays, deer, and bears. Its bark provides shelter for lichens and mosses, and hiding places for countless insects. Its trunk, if it has a cavity, becomes a home for owls, for woodpeckers, for raccoons, for bees. Its branches host nests for birds, and its canopy offers shade to the ferns and wildflowers below. It is a vertical ecosystem, a world from root to tip. And it does all of this simply by existing, by being its oak self. It asks for no thanks. It simply provides as a natural consequence of its presence. This is a gentle form of leadership, not demanding, but offering, creating the conditions for life simply by standing tall and living long. You can imagine your own life in this way, not as a frantic effort to control or manage, but as a quiet, steady presence that naturally creates a space of calm, of shelter for yourself and perhaps for others. Your stability becomes a habitat for peace. Your routines become the sturdy branches where rest can build its nest. You are an ecosystem of one, and within you there is room for all parts of yourself to exist, to find shelter, to be nourished. And in that oak's canopy on a sunny afternoon, you might notice a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. This is not a static pattern. It shimmers, it moves. It is a phenomenon known as sunflex. As the leaves above tremble in the gentlest of breezes, the gaps between them shift and change. A spot of light appears on the ground, bright and warm, and then, a few seconds later, it is gone, replaced by shadow, only to reappear a little way off. It is a dance of light, choreographed by the wind and the leaves. For the plants on the forest floor, these sunflecks are vital. They provide brief, intense bursts of energy in an otherwise shady world. They are moments of opportunity seized upon by plants that have adapted to make the most of fleeting light. For us, watching this dappled dance is a meditation in impermanence and presence. The light comes, and we can appreciate its warmth and brilliance. Then it goes, and we appreciate the cool, restful shadow. There is no clinging to the light, no fear of the shadow, just a peaceful acceptance of the constant, gentle change. Each moment is a new pattern. Each second offers a different arrangement of illumination and dark. Your thoughts can be like these sunflecks. They appear bright and clear in your mind. They shift, they change, they fade into the background, making way for another. There is no need to hold on to any single one. You can simply watch them come and go, appreciating their brief glow, and then letting them drift away, knowing another pattern will soon form. The floor of your mind is dappled with moving thoughts, and it is all beautiful, all part of the peaceful, shimmering dance. Beneath that dappled light, the soil is alive. We have spoken of the fungal networks, the mycelium that connect the trees, but let us dwell a little longer in this hidden, dark world. Mycelium is often called the wood wide web, but it is more than an internet. It is the forest's subconscious mind, its digestive system, its memory. A single fungal organism can span acres, a sprawling, intelligent network, sensing the health of the trees it connects, distributing resources where they are needed, storing information in its chemical pathways. When you walk through a forest, you are walking over this vast, sentient carpet. The mushrooms we see, the toadstools, the chanterelles, the puffballs, are merely the fruiting bodies, the temporary flowers of this immense hidden being. They pop up to release spores, and then they decay away. But the mycelium itself is perennial, enduring for years, decades, even centuries. It is a world of fine white threads called hyphae, exploring every crevice of the soil, enveloping tiny stones, weaving through rootlets. It is a silent, slow-motion exploration of the dark. It works in the opposite way of the tree. The tree reaches for the light, for the sky. The fungus embraces the dark, the earth. They are perfect partners. The tree provides the fungus with sugars from the sun. The fungus provides the tree with water and minerals from the soil, gathered by its far-reaching networks. It is a marriage of opposites, a union of the upward reach and the downward embrace. This partnership is so fundamental, so ancient, that most trees could not survive without their fungal allies. It is a reminder that strength often comes not from solitary effort, but from quiet, symbiotic partnership, from giving and receiving in the dark, unseen places. As you rest, you can imagine your own hidden support network, the connections, the memories, the learned strengths that lie beneath the surface of your conscious mind. They are there, working for you, gathering resources, distributing resilience, holding the fabric of your being together. You are an ecosystem of one, and within you there is room for all parts of yourself to exist, to find shelter, to be nourished. And in that oak's canopy, on a sunny afternoon, you might notice a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. This is not a static pattern. It shimmers, it moves. It is a phenomenon known as sunflex. As the leaves above tremble in the gentlest of breezes, the gaps between them shift and change. A spot of light appears on the ground, bright and warm, and then, a few seconds later, it is gone, replaced by shadow, only to reappear a little way off. It is a dance of light, choreographed by the wind and the leaves. For the plants on the forest floor, these sunflecks are vital. They provide brief, intense bursts of energy in an otherwise shady world. They are moments of opportunity, seized upon by plants that have adapted to make the most of fleeting light. For us, watching this dappled dance is a meditation in impermanence and presence. The light comes, and we can appreciate its warmth and brilliance. Then it goes, and we appreciate the cool, restful shadow. There is no clinging to the light, no fear of the shadow, just a peaceful acceptance of the constant, gentle change. Each moment is a new pattern. Each second offers a different arrangement of illumination and dark. Your thoughts can be like these sunflecks. They appear bright and clear in your mind. They shift, they change, they fade into the background, making way for another. There is no need to hold on to any single one. You can simply watch them come and go, appreciating their brief glow, and then letting them drift away, knowing another pattern will soon form. The floor of your mind is dappled with moving thoughts, and it is all beautiful, all part of the peaceful, shimmering dance. Beneath that dappled light, the soil is alive. We have spoken of the fungal networks, the mycelium that connect the trees, but let us dwell a little longer in this hidden, dark world. Mycelium is often called the wood wide web, but it is more than an internet. It is the forest's subconscious mind, its digestive system, its memory. A single fungal organism can span acres, a sprawling, intelligent network, sensing the health of the trees it connects, distributing resources where they are needed, storing information in its chemical pathways. When you walk through a forest, you are walking over this vast, sentient carpet. The mushrooms we see, the toadstools, the chanterelles, the puffballs, are merely the fruiting bodies, the temporary flowers of this immense hidden being.
They pop up to release spores, and then they decay away. But the mycelium itself is perennial, enduring for years, decades, even centuries. It is a world of fine white threads called hyphae, exploring every crevice of the soil, enveloping tiny stones, weaving through rootlets. It is a silent, slow-motion exploration of the dark. It works in the opposite way of the tree. The tree reaches
for the light, for the sky. The fungus embraces the dark, the earth. They are perfect partners. The tree provides the fungus with sugars from the sun. The fungus provides the tree with water and minerals from the soil, gathered by its far-reaching networks. It is a marriage of opposites, a union of the upward reach and the downward embrace. This partnership is so fundamental, so ancient, that most trees could not survive without their fungal allies. It is a reminder that strength often comes not from solitary effort, but from quiet, symbiotic partnership, from giving and receiving in the dark, unseen places. As you rest, you can imagine your own hidden support network, the connections, the memories, the learned strengths that lie beneath the surface of your conscious mind. They are there, working for you, gathering resources, distributing resilience, holding the fabric of your being together. You are supported by a vast, quiet mycelium of your own experiences and relationships. You are never truly alone in the dark, because the dark itself is full of connecting threads. And sometimes, this hidden network reveals itself in the most whimsical of ways. The fairy ring, a perfect circle of mushrooms growing in a grassy meadow or on the forest floor. Folklore says they are portals to the realm of the fae, or dance floors where fairies celebrate under the moonlight. The scientific explanation is no less magical. It starts with a single spore landing in a spot of suitable ground. The mycelium grows outward from that point in a radial pattern, like the ripples from a stone dropped in a pond. As it expands in a circle, it consumes the organic matter in the soil. Years later, when conditions are right, often after a rain, the fungus produces its mushrooms. They appear at the leading edge of the mycelial network, forming a ring. As the mycelium continues to grow outward, the ring grows larger each year. Some fairy rings in Europe are hundreds of years old and dozens of meters across. They are the visible signature of a slow, silent explosion happening beneath the turf. A ring of life, marking the passage of time, not in years, but in gentle, radial expansion. There is something deeply soothing about a circle. It has no beginning and no end. It is a symbol of wholeness, of cycles. The fairy ring is a perfect, natural circle, created by patience and time. It is a quiet marvel. You can picture one now in a sun-dappled glade, a ring of small white mushrooms standing in the grass like tiny, elegant tables. It feels like a sacred space, a place of gentle magic, not of fear, but of wonder. A reminder that the hidden processes of life often create patterns of exquisite beauty if we only pause to notice. Let that image be a circle of peace in your mind, a ring that holds your rest, that holds your drifting thoughts within its soft green boundary. You are safe inside this circle, this ring of calm. From the whimsy of fairy rings, we can turn our attention to a grander, more majestic pattern, the aspen grove. In the mountains of North America, you can come across vast stands of quaking aspen, their leaves shimmering silver and green in the wind, making that soft, rustling chatter we spoke of earlier. But often, what appears to be a forest of individual trees is in fact one single living organism. Aspens reproduce not only by seed, but more commonly by sending up new shoots from their roots. These shoots grow into new trunks. All the trunks in a grove, sometimes covering hundreds of acres, can be connected by a single, massive root system. They share water, nutrients, and even chemical signals. They are clones, genetic copies of one another. The grove is one entity with thousands of stems reaching for the sky. Scientists call this a genet, and the individual trunks are ramets. The oldest known aspen genet, nicknamed Pando in Utah, is estimated to be over 80,000 years old. It is one of the oldest and heaviest living organisms on Earth. It has been growing, spreading, sending up new stems and letting old ones die for millennia. It witnessed the last ice age. It is a being that exists on a time scale that bends the mind. But for us, the lesson is one of unity and renewal. The grove is not focused on any single trunk. If a fire sweeps through and burns the above-ground stems to the ground, the root system survives, protected deep in the soil. And when the spring comes, it sends up a flood of new green shoots. The forest is reborn from its own hidden, enduring heart. It teaches resilience through connection. Your identity, your spirit, is not a single fragile trunk. It is a grove. It has many aspects, many stems, your roles, your memories, your talents, your dreams. They are all connected by a deep-rooted core. And if one aspect is damaged or falls away, the core remains. New growth is always possible. You are not a single tree. You are a living, breathing grove, connected to your own ancient, resilient rootstock. You can survive fires. You can regenerate. You are designed for the long, slow, beautiful span. That long span brings us to the concept of legacy, the mother tree. In many forests, particularly in the old-growth rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, certain ancient trees become hubs of vitality and vitality. These are the mother trees. They are often the largest, oldest trees in the area, and through the mycorrhizal network, they nourish the younger trees around them, even of different species. They recognize their own kin, their seedling offspring, and give them preferential treatment, sending them more resources. But they also support the wider community. When a mother tree is dying, perhaps from old age or disease, she does something remarkable. She begins to send a significant portion of her stored nutrients and chemical wisdom out through the fungal network to the younger trees around her. It is a final act of generosity, a bequest. She ensures that her wealth, her legacy, is passed on to the next generation to strengthen the forest as a whole. Her death is not an end, but a redistribution. It is a slow, intentional passing of the torch. This challenges our notion of competition in nature. Here is cooperation, altruism, care spanning generations. The forest thinks in terms of centuries, of the health of the whole. The mother tree's life is a long lesson in nurturing, and her death is the culmination of that lesson, a final, gentle release of all she has gathered back into the community that sustained her. It is a profoundly peaceful thought, that a life well lived culminates not in hoarding, but in giving everything away. That our own legacy might be the quiet support we've offered, the resources we've shared, the wisdom we've passed through the networks of our relationships, even when we are gone. The mother tree does not fear her end. She prepares for it, and in doing so, secures the future of the forest. There is a deep, serene acceptance in that cycle, a completeness. And what of the trees that seem to defy an end altogether, the immortal or nearly immortal ones? We speak of the bristlecone pines again, but also of certain clonal trees like the aspen or the Jurupa oak in California, a colony of Palmer's oaks that is estimated to be over 13,000 years old. These beings have mastered the art of slow living to such a degree that death by old age seems almost irrelevant. The bristlecone strategy is one of minimalism and endurance. It grows in poor soil, in a dry, cold climate with a short growing season. This very hardship is its secret. The slow growth produces wood that is incredibly dense and resinous, resistant to insects, fungi, and rot. A bristlecone pine can have most of its trunk eroded away by wind-driven ice and sand, leaving only a narrow strip of living tissue connecting its roots to a few surviving branches. It lives on, gnarled and sculpted by time, more dead wood than live, yet still alive, still producing cones, still participating in the slow march of generations. It has let go of everything non-essential. It holds only to the vital thread of life. It is a lesson in non-attachment to form. The tree does not cling to a perfect, symmetrical shape. It lets the wind carve it. It lets parts of itself die back. It adapts its form to its reality, and in doing so, it achieves a kind of timelessness. For us, the lesson is about resilience through letting go, holding only to what is essential, our breath, our heartbeat, our core peace, and letting the winds of circumstance shape us without breaking us. We can become gnarled and beautiful with experience and still be vitally, peacefully alive at our core. The immortal tree is not invulnerable. It is simply deeply, profoundly patient and willing to change form to continue being. This patience is mirrored in the way trees perceive the world, in a way we can barely comprehend. They do not have eyes or ears or a central nervous system, but they are perceptive. They sense light, not just its intensity, but its direction, its color. They sense gravity, knowing which way is down for their roots and up for their shoots. They sense touch. A vine that contacts a potential support will begin to grow around it. The sensitive plant, Mimosa pudica, folds its leaves when touched. Trees can sense chemicals in the air, the pheromones released by insect-damaged neighbors, prompting them to produce their own defensive compounds. They sense water gradients in the soil and grow their roots toward the moisture. All of this sensing happens slowly, at the speed of plant hormones, of cellular growth. It is a perception without panic. A tree that senses a drought does not run, it simply adjusts. It might close its stomata to conserve water. It might grow its roots deeper. Its response is measured, physiological, and slow. There is no anxiety in its reaction, only a quiet, intelligent adaptation. Imagine perceiving the world in this way, not with a jangle of nerves and a flood of urgent thoughts, but with a slow, somatic knowing, a feeling in your cells of what is needed, followed by a gradual, graceful adjustment. Your body knows how to do this. Your heartbeat adjusts to rest. Your breathing deepens. Your muscles soften. These are your tree-like responses to the perception of safety, of nightfall. You are adapting, without thought, to the condition of peace. You can allow this slower, wiser form of perception to take over now. Sense the support beneath you. Sense the quiet around you. And let your entire being make the slow, gentle adjustments necessary for deep-rooted rest.
One of the most beautiful adaptations of trees is their relationship with the wind. We often see wind as an adversary, something that buffets and tests. But for trees, wind is a teacher and a partner. A tree grown in a consistently windy environment, on a coast or a mountain ridge, develops what is called flagging. Its branches grow predominantly on the leeward side, the side away from the wind. The windward side may be stripped bare or have only short, stunted twigs. The tree's crown takes on a streamlined flag-like shape, flowing away from the prevailing breeze. It is not a sign of damage, but of elegant adaptation. The tree has learned to present less resistance. It has allowed the wind to sculpt it into a form that can withstand the constant pressure. The wind, in turn, performs vital services. It pollinates many trees, like pines and oaks, carrying pollen from male cones or catkins to female flowers. It disperses seeds. The samaras of maples and ashes spin like helicopters. The cottony seeds of willows and poplars float on the air for miles. The wind is the tree's matchmaker and its courier, connecting it to others across great distances. And the gentle swaying of a tree in a breeze is not a struggle, it is a dance. The flexing of the trunk and roots strengthens them, just like our muscles are strengthened by exercise. A tree that never sways will develop a weaker structure. So the tree welcomes the wind not as a foe, but as a shaping force, a pollinator, a disperser, a dance partner. Your own challenges can be seen in this light, not as enemies to be defeated at all costs, but as forces that, over time, shape you into a more resilient, streamlined form. They teach you where to grow your branches and where to let go. They tarry away the old and bring new possibilities from afar. And the gentle swaying of a tree in a breeze is not a struggle, it is a dance. The flexing of the trunk and roots strengthens them, just like our muscles are strengthened by exercise. A tree that never sways will develop a weaker structure. So the tree welcomes the wind not as a foe, but as a shaping force, a pollinator, a disperser, a dance partner. Your own challenges can be seen in this light, not as enemies to be defeated at all costs, but as forces that, over time, shape you into a more resilient, streamlined form. They teach you where to grow your branches and where to let go. They carry away the old and bring new possibilities from afar. And the gentle swaying of a tree in a breeze is not a struggle, it is a dance. The flexing of the trunk and roots strengthens them, just like our muscles are strengthened by exercise. A tree that never sways will develop a weaker structure. So the tree welcomes the wind not as a foe, but as a shaping force, a pollinator, a disperser, a dance partner. At the end of the day, as the wind dies down and the sun dips below the horizon, the forest prepares for the long, quiet sacrament of night. The process of photosynthesis ceases. The production of oxygen slows. The tree's respiration continues. It still breathes, taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide, but at a reduced rate. The tree enters a state of lowered activity. This daily cycle is a microcosm of the seasonal cycle. Just as the tree rests at night, it rests in winter. This rhythm of activity and rest is written into its very cells. It is governed by light, by temperature, by an internal clock that ticks to the slow, grand metronome of the planet. There is a deep peace in this predictability. The tree does not wonder if the sun will rise. It does not fear that night will last forever. It trusts the cycle. It has experienced it countless times. This trust allows it to surrender completely to the rest phase. It doesn't lie awake, so to speak. It simply sinks into the conditions of the dark. Your own body is governed by these same cycles, the circadian rhythm. Your melatonin rises as the light fades, preparing you for sleep. Your body temperature drops. Your systems slow. This is not something you need to force. It is something you can allow, you can trust. Just as the tree trusts the night, you can trust this pull toward rest. It is the most natural thing in the world.
It is written into your biology as it is written into the xylem and phloem of the sleeping oak outside your window. The forest is going to sleep. You are part of that forest, so you can go to sleep too. It is safe. It is right. It is time. And in that sleeping forest, under a canopy of stars, one more gentle phenomenon occurs, a final lullaby. It is the very slight, almost imperceptible shrinking of the trees. During the day, trees are fully hydrated, their cells turgid with water. At night, when transpiration, the loss of water vapor from the leaves, slows or stops, but water continues to be drawn up from the roots, a slight pressure builds. But also, without the sun driving evaporation, the tree's water content reaches a balance. Scientists using precise instruments have found that many trees actually shrink in diameter very slightly overnight as their water columns adjust. They are at their most relaxed, their most contracted state. At dawn, as the sun rises and transpiration begins again, they swell back to their full daytime girth. It is a nightly sigh, a small physical letting go. The tree, in its sleep, becomes a little bit smaller, a little more compact, a little more at rest. Imagine that. All through the forest, as you sleep, every tree is gently sighing inwards, relaxing its wooden body after a day of standing in the sun. It is a collective, silent exhalation. You can join that sigh. As you lie here, you can feel your own body doing the same, letting go of the day's tensions, the mental hydration of activity, shrinking gently into the core of yourself, into your most compact, restful state. Inhale slowly, and as you exhale, feel yourself sigh inward, like the great trunks in the moonlight, relaxing into the deep, dark, nourishing peace of the night.
As the trees sigh in the moonlight, they become part of a landscape that is, itself, a living record of peace. Let us consider the forest over the course of a single year, not just the dramatic turn of autumn or the burst of spring, but the slow, seamless flow from one state to another. In the depths of winter, the deciduous forest is a study in elegant simplicity. The architecture is laid bare. The fractal branching of every oak, maple, and birch is visible against the gray sky, an intricate lacework of wood and twig. There are no leaves to obscure the view, to create a wall of green. You can see deep into the woods, to the far hillside, through a lattice of trunks. It feels spacious, open, and profoundly quiet. The sound is different too. The wind moves through bare branches with a lower, softer whistle, a hollow, soothing song. The forest is resting, but it is not dead. The buds for next spring are already there, tiny and wrapped in protective scales, waiting on every twig. They are promises held close to the heart of the tree through the deepest cold. There is a clarity in the winter wood, a stripped-down honesty that is deeply calming. It reminds us that rest is not a void, but a state of potential, a time when the essential structure is revealed and the promise of renewal is kept safe, close to the core. From that crystalline winter stillness, the forest moves into a change so gradual you could miss it if you blinked. It is not a sudden explosion, but a slow awakening. The first sign is often a subtle change in the color of the twigs, a reddish or yellowish hue as the sap begins its slow upward creep. Then the buds swell. Almost imperceptibly at first, they grow fatter, their tight scales loosening. This is driven by the lengthening days, the tree's internal clock responding to the increased minutes of sunlight. There is no rush. The tree will not be fooled by a single warm day in February. It waits for the reliable signal. And then, one day,
The very tips of the buds show a hint of green or silver or a faint blush of red, depending on the species. The leaves are beginning to unfold, but they are still furled tight, like clenched fists slowly relaxing their fingers. This process can take weeks. The forest is holding its breath, a long, slow inhalation of preparation. For us, this is a lesson in the dignity of a slow start, in the value of waiting for the right conditions, and then beginning with a gentle, unfurling grace, not a frantic burst. Your own awakenings, your own beginnings can have this quality, a soft swelling of intention, a gradual loosening, a quiet, persistent push toward the light at exactly the right time. And then comes the moment of green mist. It is not a solid wall of leaves, but a haze, a faint ethereal green cloud hovering in the branches, as the tiny, just unfurrowed leaves are still too small to fully cover the twigs. The light filters through this green mist differently. It is softer, more diffuse, tinged with the color of new life. The forest floor, which was bright and open in winter, now receives a dappled, gentle light. This is the time of the spring ephemerals. The wildflowers like trillium, bloodroot, and hepatica make their brief, glorious appearance. They race to bloom before the canopy closes above them and steals the light. They are a fleeting gift, a carpet of delicate color on the brown leaf litter, and they are entirely dependent on the precise, slow timing of the trees above. The trees' gentle, delayed leaf-out gives them their moment in the sun. It is a peaceful collaboration, a sharing of the seasonal spotlight. The trees provide the framework and the later shade. The flowers provide the early beauty. There is no competition, only a beautiful succession of gifts. You can imagine your own growth in this way. There are phases where you are the spring ephemeral, blooming quickly and brightly in a moment of opportunity. And there are phases where you are the tree, growing slowly and steadily, eventually providing the shelter and structure for other beautiful things to exist around you. Both are peaceful. Both are perfect in their timing. As the green mist solidifies into a full canopy, the forest enters its summer state, a world of deep shaded green. The light that reaches the floor is reduced to a fraction of what it was in spring. The temperature drops noticeably under the trees. The air becomes still and humid, rich with the smell of photosynthesis, of damp earth, of life in full, quiet operation. This is the forest's time of work, of productivity, but it is a work that hums along at a leisurely, sun-drenched pace. The trees are drawing up hundreds of gallons of water a day, a silent, massive hydrological pump that cools the air and feeds the clouds. They are manufacturing tons of sugar, building wood, raising their young in the form of seeds nestled in developing acorns, pine cones, and winged samaras. Yet there is no sense of hurry. The work is as constant and inevitable as the turning of the earth. It is the sound of bees in the flowers, the rustle of a squirrel in the branches, the distant call of a bird, all muffled by the layered leaves. This is the forest at its most lush, its most maternal, its most enveloping. It feels like a green cocoon, a place where the outside world is softened and held at bay. To lie on your back in a summer forest and look up at the canopy is to feel a profound sense of being held, of being inside a living, breathing cathedral whose architecture is immense and intimately detailed. It is a sanctuary of steady green growth. And from that deep green fullness, the forest begins its most famous and poignant transition, autumn. But let us slow it down, far slower than we usually see it. The change is not triggered by cold,
but by the shortening days. The tree, sensing the decrease in sunlight, begins to prepare for dormancy. It forms that abscission layer at the base of each leaf stem, slowly sealing off the connection. But before it severs the leaf, it reclaims valuable resources. The green chlorophyll, the molecule that powered the summer's work, begins to break down. As it fades, other pigments that were always there, masked by the intense green, are revealed. Xanthophylls yield yellows, carotenoids yield oranges. In some trees, like maples, the production of sugars in the leaves gets trapped as the connection narrows, and under the influence of cool nights, these sugars form anthocyanins, brilliant reds and purples. This is not a death knell, it is a careful, economical withdrawal. The tree is pulling its valuable nutrients back into its core, into its roots and trunk, storing them for the winter and for the spring to come. The leaf, in its final act, becomes a canvas of breathtaking beauty, a last glorious gift of color before it lets go. This process happens leaf by leaf, branch by branch, tree by tree, over many weeks. A single tree can display a gradient of color, from still green at the tips to gold and crimson lower down. The hills become a patchwork quilt, a slow-moving fire of color that consumes the landscape with peaceful, smoldering brilliance. The fall is a lesson in graceful letting go. It shows that release can be beautiful, even spectacular, that holding on to everything forever is not the way of nature. To store your essence, your core energy, you must sometimes release the beautiful temporary structures that served you in the season of light. When the leaf finally falls, it does not fall with a crash, but with a silent, spiraling descent. It lands on the ever-thickening carpet of its predecessors. And here, in the crisp autumn air, the smell of the forest changes again. It is the smell of sweet decay, of apples and dryness, of frost in the morning and warm sun in the afternoon. The sound changes too. The rustle is now underfoot, a crunchy, shuffling symphony as you walk. But if you stand perfectly still, you can hear the individual leaves letting go, a faint tick as a stem parts, and then the soft, papery flutter as the leaf corkscrews down through the branches to join the others. It is a sound of gentle surrender, repeated 1,000,000 times over across the woodland. This is not a loss. It is the creation of the duff layer, the forest's winter blanket, its future soil.
The cycle is complete and poised to begin again. As you drift toward sleep, you can think of the things you are ready to release from your day, from your week, not with regret, but with the beautiful, colorful acknowledgement that they have served their purpose. And as you let them go, imagine them spiraling down, slowly, gently, to form a soft, nurturing layer on the ground of your being. They will become the mulch from which new peace will grow. There is no waste in this system, only transformation, only the slow, beautiful turn of the wheel. Beyond the cycles of the temperate forest, there are trees that live by different rhythms, in different kinds of peace. Consider the mangrove, a tree that has found serenity not in solid ground, but in the shifting, tidal world where land meets sea. Mangroves grow in salt water, in soft, oxygen-poor mud. They have adapted with a beautiful ingenuity. To deal with the salt, some species excrete it through special glands on their leaves. You can sometimes taste the salt on a mangrove leaf. To cope with the unstable, waterlogged soil, they have developed extraordinary roots. Prop roots arch down from their branches like stilts, anchoring them against the tide. Pneumatophores, or snorkel roots,
grow vertically up out of the mud like slender, breathing straws, taking in air for the root system submerged in the anaerobic muck. A mangrove forest is a labyrinth of these roots, a tangled, peaceful maze that slows the tidal waters, traps sediment, and builds land. It is a nursery for countless fish and crustaceans, a buffer against storms for the coastline. The mangrove does not fight the tide. It does not resist the salt. It has found a way to live in harmony with conditions that would kill most other trees. It filters the salt. It breathes through snorkels. It anchors itself with a network of flying buttresses. It has turned challenge into architecture, into a unique and vital ecosystem. Its peace is the peace of radical adaptation, of not wishing your environment were different, but of evolving ingenious, gentle solutions to thrive exactly where you are. You too have your prop roots and pneumatophores, the unique coping mechanisms, the support structures, the ways you breathe and find stability in what seems like unstable circumstances. They are part of your peaceful adaptation. From the tidal world, let us travel to the opposite extreme, the desert. Here, trees practice the art of deep patience and water conservation. The mesquite tree sends its roots down, sometimes over 100 feet to tap into hidden aquifers. It is a subterranean seeker, its life focused on a long, quiet reach into the cool, wet dark. The Joshua tree, which is actually a giant yucca, grows with a strange, twisted beauty, its arms pointing in silent testimony to the sun and the dry wind. It stores water in its thick, fibrous trunk. It grows slowly, so slowly. It may wait years for a sufficient rain to produce a bloom. Then, when the rare, generous rain comes, the desert erupts. The trees drink deeply, store what they can, and produce flowers in a breathtaking display of faith rewarded. The peace of the desert tree is the peace of profound storage, of knowing how to hold on to every precious drop, every bit of sustenance, and to use it with flawless economy. It is a minimalist peace, a life stripped to the essentials. Reach deep, store well, wait patiently, and when the opportunity comes, celebrate with a glorious, unexpected bloom. In your own life, there are desert seasons, times when resources feel scarce, when you must rely on deep internal wells, when growth is incremental and barely visible. In these times, you are like the mesquite, sending roots into your own deepest reserves of strength and calm. You are storing peace, drop by precious drop, in the trunk of your spirit, knowing that a season of blooming will come in its own good time. And then there are the trees that seem to defy their environment altogether, creating an oasis of peace in the most unlikely places. The lone pine clinging to a crack in a sheer cliff face. Its roots have found a tiny seam in the rock, a place where water seeps and a handful of soil has accumulated. It holds on, battered by wind, with a view of vast, empty spaces. Its existence is a quiet miracle. It asks for very little. It takes what is given, a trickle of water, a few minerals from the weathering stone, the sunlight that bathes the cliff, and with that it builds a life. It becomes a perch for hawks, a landmark for travelers, a symbol of tenacity and peace in isolation. Its very presence softens the harshness of the rock. It adds a vertical note of life to the horizontal sweep of stone and sky. This tree teaches that peace is possible anywhere, that you can find a foothold, a seam of sustenance in what seems like solid rock, and from that small foothold you can grow into something beautiful, something that offers a perch to others, that changes the landscape simply by being there steadfast and serene.
All of these trees, from the mangrove to the mesquite to the cliffside pine, share a common language, the language of light. They all, in their own way, follow the sun. This brings us to a gentle daily ritual performed by trees, a slow dance called heliotropism. While sunflowers are famous for tracking the sun across the sky, some trees do a subtler version. Leaves often orient themselves to maximize their exposure to the sun's rays, adjusting their angle throughout the day. In the dense canopy, this constant tiny adjustment helps each leaf capture its share of the precious light. It is a slow communal dance where every dancer subtly shifts to make room for the others, to optimize the performance for the whole troupe. The tree does not actively move its branches, but the growth is directed by light. Buds on the sunnier side of the tree may grow more vigorously, shaping the canopy over time. It is a lifelong, gentle leaning toward the source of energy, a quiet, persistent affirmation of life. You, too, have this tendency. You lean toward what nourishes you, what warms you, what helps you grow. It might be physical sunlight on your skin, or the light of kindness, of knowledge, of beauty. It is a natural, peaceful movement. You can allow yourself that lean now. Turn your attention, like a leaf, toward the source of your comfort, your rest. It might be the memory of a peaceful place, the feeling of the bed beneath you, the sound of quiet. Orient yourself toward that. Make your own gentle heliotropic adjustment into a position of deepest rest. And as the sun finally sets and the forest is bathed in the blue light of dusk, another kind of communication begins. We have spoken of chemical signals through roots, but trees also speak through the air. When a tree is attacked by insects, say a caterpillar munching on its leaves, it can release volatile organic compounds into the air. These are aromatic chemicals. For us, they might simply smell green or like the forest, but for other trees downwind, they are a message, a warning. The receiving trees detect these chemicals and begin to produce defensive compounds in their own leaves, making them less palatable to the approaching insects. It's an airborne early warning system, a community alert broadcast on the breeze. But note the pace and the tone. It is not a scream. It is a silent chemical whisper carried on the wind. The response is not panic. It is a measured biochemical preparation. It is a system of quiet communal defense, a way of sharing information for the good of the whole grove. This idea that trees are talking in a slow chemical language we can smell but not understand adds another layer of wonder to the forest. It is not a silent world. It is a world of silent conversations, of whispers on the wind, of gentle protective networking. As you lie in the quiet, you can imagine your own environment is full of such gentle, supportive signals. The calm you cultivate in yourself can be a kind of volatile compound, a peaceful scent that subtly influences the atmosphere around you, offering a quiet, protective presence to your own spirit. This interconnectedness, this silent conversation, leads us to one of the most humbling and peaceful facts of all. The air we are breathing right now, in this very moment, is not new. It is ancient. It has been cycled and recycled through the lungs of the planet, the forest,
And the oceans for millions, even billions of years. The oxygen molecule you just inhaled might have been inside a dinosaur's lung or part of a drop of water in a prehistoric sea. It was certainly inside a tree leaf, perhaps a giant fern in a carboniferous swamp, or a redwood that stood 1,000 years ago. It has been part of countless breaths, countless lives. The trees take in our exhaled carbon dioxide and, using the power of sunlight locked in their leaves from a star 93 million miles away, they split the molecule.
They keep the carbon to build their bodies, to become wood, bark, root, and they release the oxygen back to us. We are literally breathing the gifts of ancient sunlight, processed through the bodies of ancient trees. Our bodies are built from the carbon that once was tree, was plant, was other animal. We are not separate from the forest. We are of it. We are in a constant, intimate exchange with it, with every breath. This breath you take now is connecting you to every tree that has ever lived, to the very first Archaeopteryx that ever raised a woody trunk toward the sky. You are part of this immense, slow, peaceful cycle. There is no away. There is only transformation and exchange and eternal, breathing connection. So breathe in and know you are breathing in forest. Breathe out and know you are feeding the forest. It is a circular, endless, gentle embrace. With that thought, let your awareness settle even deeper into the very heartwood of the tree, the inner, older wood that no longer transports water, but serves as the strong, central pillar. This heartwood is often darker, richer, infused with resins and tannins that make it resistant to decay. It is the tree's history, its accumulated strength. It is the quiet core that remains even if the outer, living sapwood is damaged. In many ancient trees, the heartwood is hollow. A redwood or an oak can be completely hollow inside, a cavern large enough for a person to stand in, and yet the tree lives on, its vital functions carried on in the outer layers. The hollow heart is not a weakness, it is a testament to endurance. The tree has let go of its innermost past, creating a space, a sanctuary within itself. It is literally living from the outside in, its vitality in a thin, green cylinder under the bark, surrounding a cathedral of quiet, empty space. This is a powerful metaphor for peace. Our own core, our heartwood, does not need to be solid, burdened with the dense weight of all our past. It can be hollowed out by experience, creating a spacious, quiet sanctuary within. Our vitality, our peace, can flow in the living layer of the present moment, the now that exists just beneath the surface of our awareness, while inside there is a vast, peaceful emptiness, a hollow where the wind can sing a soft, low note, and where light, when it enters, falls in dusty, beautiful shafts. You can imagine your own heartwood now, a dark, rich, hollow space within, a chamber of quiet, a place where nothing needs to happen, a sanctuary at your center. Feel the spaciousness there, the quiet, the peaceful, resonant emptiness that is not lack, but potential, the home of your deepest rest. From that hollow, peaceful core, let us expand our awareness once more, outward through the layers of wood, past the whispering leaves, and into the space that surrounds the tree. For a tree is not an island. It shapes the very air around it, creating a microclimate, a tiny local atmosphere of its own making. On a hot, still summer day, stand under the canopy of a large tree. You will feel it immediately. The temperature is cooler, the air is more still, the light is softer. This is because the tree is actively modifying its environment. The leaves are transpiring, releasing water vapor into the air through their stomata. This process, called evapotranspiration, works like a natural air conditioner. It consumes heat energy to turn liquid water into vapor, cooling the surrounding air. A single large oak tree can transpire over 100 gallons of water on a hot day, creating a noticeable cool spot. This moist, cooler air is also heavier, and it tends to settle, creating gentle, localized breezes that flow from the forest out to the warmer fields. The tree, simply by living its life, creates a haven of coolness and calm. It offers shade, of course, but it goes beyond mere blockage of light. It actively engineers a more temperate, gentle world beneath its boughs. It is a giver of comfort, a quiet benefactor of all who seek its shelter. You can imagine this coolness now. Feel it emanating from the imagined leaves above you, a soft, moist, cool breath against your skin, a natural respite from any inner heat, any lingering agitation. Let the tree's quiet air conditioning soothe your mind, lowering the temperature of your thoughts, bringing everything to a cool, still, comfortable point. This benevolent shaping of the world extends even further into the realm of sound. We have spoken of scytherism, the sound of wind in the leaves, but a forest is also a master of acoustic damping. The complex, porous surfaces of bark, leaves, twigs, and the soft, duff floor absorb sound waves. They break them up, scatter them, mute them. A shout that would carry for miles across open water or a flat plain is swallowed up within a few dozen yards in a dense woodland. The forest is a place of acoustic intimacy. Sounds are close, soft, and clearly sourced. A bird call from that branch, a rustle from that patch of ferns. There is no echo, no harsh reverberation. The world's noise is softened, rounded, made personal and gentle. This sound-dampening quality contributes immensely to the feeling of peace. It creates a perceptual bubble, a quiet room with green walls and a ceiling of leaves. Your own thoughts can exist in this acoustically treated space. The loud, jarring noises of the day, the alarms, the traffic, the fragments of conversation, they are all absorbed by this imaginary forest. They hit the bark and become part of the soft, silent decay. The space inside your mind becomes a forest glade, quiet, intimate, safe for the softest whisper of a thought, the gentlest sigh of breath. And within that glade, time takes on a new dimension. We have touched on tree time, the slow stretch of centuries, but there is also a quality of felt time in a forest. Psychologists have studied what they call forest time or nature time. When people spend extended periods in forests, their perception of time often slows down. They become less focused on the clock, on minutes and hours, and more attuned to natural rhythms, the movement of shadows, the completion of a task like gathering wood, the feeling of hunger or coolness. This shift is deeply relaxing to our modern, hyper-scheduled minds. The forest invites us into a time zone where urgency dissolves, where the next thing is not dictated by a digital alert, but by the natural progression of light, or the simple need to find a comfortable spot to sit and listen. In the forest, you can do nothing for an hour, and it is not wasted time, it is absorbed time. Time spent being part of the ecosystem, breathing, observing, simply existing. The trees are the ultimate masters of this time scale. They measure time in rings, not ticks. They are not late, they are not early, they are perfectly on time for their own growth, their own flowering, their own shedding of leaves. As you rest here, you can let go of clock time entirely. You are on forest time now. Your breath is your only clock. The rising and falling of your chest is your only schedule. There is no next thing to do except to breathe and to rest and to be, as perfectly on time as an oak in spring, as a pine in winter. This generous, time-altering presence of trees has been recognized and sought out by humans for millennia. We have a deep cultural memory of certain trees as sacred, as wise elders, the Bodhi tree under which the Buddha found enlightenment, the ancient yews in churchyards across Britain, often far older than the churches themselves, their hollow trunks serving as silent
chapels. The massive baobabs of Africa, known as the tree of life, storing water in their swollen trunks, providing fruit, shade, and a meeting place for generations. These trees become landmarks, not just in space, but in the human spirit. They are touchstones of continuity. Under their branches, people have made vows, sought counsel, found solace, and buried loved ones for centuries. The tree witnesses it all and offers the same quiet shelter, the same dappled light, the same slow, patient presence to each generation in turn. It does not offer advice in words. It offers something perhaps more valuable, a model of endurance, of non-judgmental witnessing, of unconditional, rooted offering. To sit with such a tree is to sit with a deep, calm intelligence that speaks without language. It is to feel your small worries absorbed into its vast timeline, to feel your fleeting life held in the embrace of something that has seen countless lives come and go and has remained steadfast and kind. You may not have a 1,000-year-old yew outside your window, but you can call upon its image. Imagine its gnarled, massive trunk, its dark, evergreen foliage. Imagine placing your hand on its bark, feeling the incredible depth of time stored there. And then imagine that ancient, peaceful presence flowing into you, a calm that has been growing for a millennium, available to you in this moment as a gift. This gift is not merely spiritual, it is physiological. The Japanese practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, is built on this understanding. It is not about hiking or exercise. It is about slowly, mindfully immersing yourself in the atmosphere of the forest, walking without destination, breathing deeply, touching the bark, listening to the leaves. And science has shown that this practice has measurable effects. It lowers cortisol, the stress hormone. It reduces blood pressure and heart rate. It boosts the activity of natural killer cells, part of our immune system, possibly from breathing in the phytocides, the antimicrobial volatile oils that trees release into the air. The forest, in a very real, chemical way, heals us. It is a slow, gentle medicine, administered through the senses. The peace is not just in our minds, it sinks into our cells. Our bodies recognize the forest as a place of safety and restoration, and they respond accordingly. You can practice a form of forest bathing right now in your imagination. You are already immersed. You are breathing the phytocides of memory and imagery. You are listening to the rustle of leaves in your mind's ear. You are feeling the supportive strength of the trunk. Let this immersive experience work its gentle medicine on you. Feel your cortisol levels, symbolic though they may be, sinking like leaves to the forest floor. Feel your heart rate settling into the slow, steady rhythm of sap rising in the pre-dawn. Your body knows how to receive this peace. It is wired for it. You are in this moment taking a long, deep, restorative bath in the green, quiet essence of the woods. And what of the trees that live in the deepest, darkest parts of the forest, where light is a scarce commodity? They have mastered the art of patience in the shade. The understory trees, the dogwoods, the redbuds, the hornbeams cannot compete with the canopy giants for height, so they have adapted to thrive with less. They often have larger, broader leaves to capture every possible photon. They time their blooming for early spring before the canopy leafs out and steals the light. They grow slowly, steadily, without the explosive vertical rush of a sun-loving pine. Their wood is often harder, denser, grown under the pressure of limited resources. They are the quiet, resilient ones, making a beautiful life without being in the spotlight.
They create a middle layer of the forest, a world of dappled green and delicate blossoms that would not exist without the shade above. They are content with their place. They do not strain to become canopy trees. They have found their niche, their own version of peace in the partial light. This is a lesson in contentment with sufficiency, in blooming where you are planted, even if that place is one of filtered light, not full sun, in growing strong and beautiful at your own pace, in your own layer of the world, contributing your own unique form of beauty to the layered tapestry of the whole. From the shaded understory, let your mind drift down to the forest floor again, to the smallest of the small, the world of mosses and lichens. These are not trees, but they are the forest's velvet robe, its softest blanket. Mosses grow on the north side of trees, on rocks, on fallen logs, in silent, damp carpets. They have no roots. They absorb water and nutrients directly through their leaves. They grow with an incredible slow-motion lushness. A moss colony might advance only an inch in a year, but over decades it can cover a boulder, turning hard stone into a soft, green pillow. Moss is a master of microclimates, holding moisture, creating tiny worlds for insects and microorganisms. It is the essence of softness. To touch moss is to touch silence and damp, an ancient, simple life. Lichens, those beautiful crusty or leafy growths on bark and stone, are even more fascinating. They are a partnership, a fungus and an algae living together as one organism. The fungus provides the structure, the algae provides food through photosynthesis. It is a successful marriage of two different kingdoms of life, a quiet collaboration that allows them to live on bare rock, on gravestones, on the most inhospitable surfaces, slowly, slowly breaking them down into soil. They are pioneers of the slowest kind. They are the forest's patient artists, painting silver, orange, and gray-green patterns on the canvas of wood and stone. When you think of ultimate peace, think of moss. Think of its effortless spreading softness. Think of its acceptance of shade and damp. Think of the lichen, a peaceful collaboration so complete it becomes a new being. You can let your own sense of self become that soft, that accepting, that collaborative, a gentle, spreading presence that asks for little, thrives on moisture and time, and turns hard surfaces into possibilities for future life. This brings us to a concept that trees embody perfectly: stochastic resonance. It is a scientific term for a beautiful idea that a little bit of noise can make a weak signal clearer. In nature, this might mean that the gentle patter of rain helps a tree's roots detect the sound of running water more accurately. For us, in the context of relaxation, we can think of the gentle, random noise of the forest as a form of stochastic resonance for peace. The constant, low-level, natural noise of the forest masks the jarring, irregular noises of modern life that disrupt our calm. But more than that, the predictable randomness of nature's sounds actually enhances our perception of silence. It frames the quiet. It makes the stillness feel deeper, richer, more profound. The occasional call of a crow doesn't break the silence, it defines it. The drip of water from a leaf emphasizes the stillness between drips. This is why recordings of forest sounds are so effective for relaxation and sleep. They provide that gentle, stochastic resonance that allows our nervous system to relax into the signal of safety, to find the clear note of peace beneath the beautiful, random noise of life. The sounds you are imagining now, or perhaps hearing in the background of your room, are performing this same function. They are the gentle noise that allows the signal of sleep to come through clearly. You don't need absolute silence. You need the soft, stochastic symphony of the natural world, real or remembered, to resonate you into rest. And as that resonance carries you deeper,
consider the tree's relationship with gravity. From the moment a seed germinates, the root knows to grow down and the shoot knows to grow up. This is gravitropism. The tree is in a constant, gentle dialogue with the Earth's pull. Its entire structure is an elegant negotiation between reaching for the sky and holding fast to the ground. The weight of the tree, the weight of its fruit, the weight of winter snow, all are gracefully transferred down through its trunk, through its roots, and into the solid earth. The tree trusts gravity absolutely. It uses it as a guide and a foundation. It does not fight to float away. It embraces the downward pull as the source of its stability. You can surrender to gravity now as completely as the tree does. Feel its constant, gentle pull on your body, drawing you into the mattress, into the earth. It is not a force to resist. It is the force that allows you to fully relax, to give up the work of holding yourself up. Let gravity have you. Feel your weight sink down through your bones, through the bed,
down into the supportive core of the planet. You are held by the same reliable force that holds the mountains and the forests. You can let go entirely. Gravity will keep you safe, grounded, and at peace. With that grounding, we can appreciate the tree's most humble yet most essential offering, the seed. It is the ultimate act of faith and patience. A tree spends a tremendous amount of energy producing seeds, acorns, nuts, samaras, cones. It packages a tiny embryo of life with a store of food and wraps it in a protective coat. Then it lets it go. It releases it to the wind, to water, to animals. Most seeds will never germinate. They will be eaten or land on rock or rot in unsuitable soil. But the tree produces thousands, millions of them. It is a strategy of abundance and release. It does not cling to its offspring. It gives them everything they need for a start and then trusts them to the world. And the seed itself is a miracle of waiting. It can lie dormant for years, decades, even centuries, waiting for the perfect combination of moisture, temperature, and light to signal that it is time. In the heart of a hard acorn, there is a miniature oak sleeping. It is not in a hurry. It holds the blueprint, the potential, and it waits with infinite patience for its moment. Your own dreams, your ideas, your hopes can be like these seeds. You nurture them within you. You give them what you can, and then you release them. You let them go into the world or into the soil of your subconscious without anxiety about their immediate fate, and you trust that they have within them the potential, the sleeping blueprint, and that when the conditions are right, when you are rested, when the time is correct, they will germinate. They will send a tiny root down into the dark and a pale shoot up toward the light and begin the slow, patient work of becoming. There is no urgency in the seed, only perfect, peaceful potential. Hold that feeling, the feeling of being a seed, cozy in your shell, full of quiet potential, waiting in the dark, nourished and patient, knowing your time will come. But for now, your only task is to rest and wait and dream. As we near the deepest part of our journey, let us think of the forest at night, under the stars. Without the sun, photosynthesis stops. The forest's breath changes. It now respires, as we do, taking in oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide. But this is not a reversal, it is a balance. The day's work of oxygen production far outweighs the night's consumption. The forest, in its daily cycle, is always a net giver. But at night, it rests from giving. It turns inward.
It becomes a quiet consumer of the very air it made. This is a beautiful symmetry, a reminder that even the greatest givers must sometimes receive, must sometimes breathe in what they have breathed out. The night is the forest's time to receive, to take in, to be nourished by the stillness and the cool air. You too have been a giver all day. In ways large and small, you have expended energy, you have produced, you have interacted. Now it is your night, your time to stop giving out and to turn inward, to breathe in the peace you have helped create in the world, or simply the peace that exists in the quiet dark. It is your time to be the forest at night, respiring gently, taking in sustenance from the stillness, preparing in the dark for the gift of another day, whenever it may come. There is no guilt in this receiving. It is part of the cycle. It is necessary and peaceful and right. And in that deep, starlit dark, if you were to place your hand on the bark of a sleeping tree, you would feel something almost imperceptible, a vibration, not from the tree itself, but from the earth. Trees are sensitive to seismic activity, to the very faint tremors of the planet. Their root systems act as a kind of listening device, a network of fine-tuned sensors in the soil. They are connected to the heartbeat of the earth. They feel the distant rumble of trains, the footfalls of animals, the deep tectonic shifts that we are utterly unaware of. They are grounded in the literal and metaphorical sense. They are plugged in to the planet's low, steady hum. You too, as you lie here, are connected to that vibration. The bed you lie on transmits the subtle tremors of the building, of the distant world. But more than that, by imagining yourself as a tree, you can tap into a deeper, more stable frequency, the frequency of bedrock, of continental plates moving at the speed of fingernails growing, of the planet's slow, steady spin. It is the ultimate lullaby, a vibration so deep, so constant, that it is the foundation of all other silence. Let yourself tune in to that vibration now. Feel it as a low, reassuring hum in your bones, in the roots of your being. It is the earth saying, "I am here. You are held. All is well." It is the bass note of peace. We have wandered through so many facets of the tree's peaceful existence, but perhaps the most relaxing fact of all is this: the forest does not need you. It goes about its ancient, slow business of growth and decay, of breathing and filtering, of talking through roots and through the air, whether you are there to witness it or not. It existed for hundreds of millions of years before humans arrived, and it will likely exist for hundreds of millions after we are gone. This is not a depressing thought, it is a liberating one. It means that the peace it offers is independent, self-sustaining peace. It is always there, in every forest, on every continent, a vast, green, breathing testament to life's ability to create complex, beautiful, stable calm. You can come to it as you are, with all your worries, and it will absorb them, not because it tries, but because its scale is so vast, its processes so slow, that your temporary troubles are simply metabolized into the grand, slow cycle. You do not have to create peace tonight. You only have to connect to the peace that already is. The peace that is happening right now in a pine forest on a mountainside, in a rainforest canopy dripping with moisture, in a single oak tree in a field, standing guard under the stars. That peace is an eternal, green fact. And by thinking of it, by imagining it, you are plugging your own consciousness into that eternal network. You are allowing your mind to become a temporary leaf on that ancient, peaceful tree. Your breath becomes part of its exchange. Your stillness becomes part of its rooted strength. You are, for this night, home.
Let that feeling of home envelop you as completely as the dark, rich humus envelops the roots of a beech tree. We are deeply rooted now in the concepts of treeness, in the slow, green philosophy of the forest. And from this rooted place, we can begin to explore the quieter, more subtle interactions, the relationships so fine and slow, they are like the brush strokes of peace on a vast, living canvas. Consider the dew in the calm, clear hours just before dawn when the world holds its breath. Moisture condenses on the surfaces of leaves. It gathers, bead by tiny bead, on the tips of pine needles, on the broad, flat plains of maple leaves, on the intricate veins of a fern. Each droplet is a perfect lens, a miniature world inversion, capturing the first faint light of morning and holding it trembling. For the tree, dew is a gift of the night, a small, direct source of moisture before the sun begins to draw water up from the roots. It is a gentle way to start the day with a sip of water delivered directly to the leaves. For us, the image of dew on leaves is one of pristine calm, of a world washed clean and new. It speaks of quiet mornings, of coolness, of a fresh start. As you rest, you can imagine the dew forming on the leaves of your mind. Each worry, each thought from the day is touched by this gentle condensation, beaded up and made clean. And then, with the first imagined rays of a peaceful dawn, the droplets catch the light, gleam for a moment with a soft brilliance, and then evaporate, rising as a mist, leaving the leaf refreshed and ready for the day's gentle work. Let the dew of this night cleanse your thoughts, bead them up into harmless, beautiful prisms of light, and then let them gently vanish into the morning mist of sleep. This daily gift of dew is part of a larger, grander cycle, the hydrological cycle, where trees play the role of gentle intermediaries. They are the keepers of the rain. When a storm cloud passes over a forest, the trees do more than just get wet. Their canopy intercepts the rainfall. The leaves and branches break the force of the falling drops, so the water arrives at the forest floor not as a pounding deluge, but as a drip, a trickle, a soft patter. This prevents erosion, allows the water to soak in slowly to recharge the groundwater. The tree drinks what it needs through its roots, and then through transpiration it releases water vapor back into the atmosphere from its leaves. This moisture can form clouds again, leading to more rain, sometimes hundreds of miles away. A single tree is a small pump in this global system. A forest is a vast, living engine of gentle water circulation. It is a slow, breathing participant in the journey of a water molecule, from ocean to cloud, to leaf, to root, to river, and back to ocean. Your own body is mostly water. You too are part of this cycle. The water in your cells has been in clouds, in glaciers, in the sap of trees, in the veins of dinosaurs. Tonight, as you rest, you can imagine yourself as part of this gentle, eternal circulation. The rhythm of your breath is like the transpiration of a leaf, releasing vapor into the quiet air. You are not a closed system. You are an open, flowing part of the planet's peaceful water cycle, connected to every forest, every ocean, every quiet, falling raindrop. As the sun rises higher and dries the dew, the forest floor becomes a stage for another quiet performance, the sunbeam, a shaft of light
finding a perfect narrow gap in the canopy, pierces the dim green world below. It is a solid-seeming pillar of illuminated dust and mist, a spotlight on a patch of moss, a single fern, a fallen branch covered in shelf fungi. This is the anti-crepuscular ray of the forest, the opposite of the sunbeams that fan out from clouds at sunset. Here they are convergent, focused, intimate. They move as the sun moves, tracking slowly across the forest floor, highlighting one tiny masterpiece after another. They reveal details you would otherwise miss, the intricate symmetry of a spiderweb beaded with moisture, the velvet texture of a moss-covered stone, the ruby red of a solitary beetle. These sunbeams are nature's way of paying attention, of focusing on the small, the quiet, the overlooked. They invite you to do the same. In your state of rest, you can let the beam of your attention become that soft, that focused. Let it settle on one peaceful image, the moss, the fern, the dust motes dancing in the light. Hold it there, gently. Don't analyze it, just let it be illuminated in your mind. And then, when it's ready, let the beam move on, slowly, to another peaceful detail. This is a meditation of gentle spotlight attention, where nothing is demanded of the object of your gaze except to exist in its own beautiful, quiet way. Beneath that spotlight, on the forest floor, life continues in slow, deliberate ways. Consider the fallen log. It is a tree in its next phase of being. No longer reaching for the sky, it now offers itself to the earth. It becomes a nurse log. Mosses and ferns settle on its decaying bark. Seeds from hemlock or spruce land in the moist, rotting wood and find it a perfect nursery, richer in nutrients and freer from competition than the forest floor. It cradles them, feeds them. As the seedlings grow, their roots straddle the log, eventually reaching down to the soil below. Over decades, the log completely decays, leaving a line of mature trees standing in a row, their roots strangely arched, marking where the log once lay. The fallen tree gives its body to become the future forest. It doesn't disappear, it transforms. Its carbon becomes the bodies of new trees, of fungi, of insects. Its legacy is not a single monument, but a generation of life. This is a profound model of service and continuation. Your own past experiences, even the ones that feel fallen, finished, can be nurse logs. They can provide the moist, rich material from which new growth, new understanding, new peace can sprout. They are not wasted. They are in a state of fertile, peaceful decay, feeding what is to come. And from that decay sometimes arises a different kind of wonder, the mushroom, the fruiting body of the vast, hidden fungal network. They emerge overnight, it seems, elegant chanterelles, sturdy boletes, delicate ink caps, fairy tale amanitas with their bright red caps and white spots. They are the flowers of the underworld. They exist not to feed on the living, but to recycle the dead, to partner with the living. Their brief, beautiful existence is a reminder of the unseen, constant work happening below. They are transient, often lasting only a few days before melting back into the earth. Their purpose is to release spores, to spread the hidden network further. In their brief, beautiful existence, they add a note of whimsy and mystery to the forest floor. Some are bioluminescent, adding their soft green foxfire glow to the night. They remind us that beauty and purpose can be fleeting, can arise from darkness, can be part of a cycle of decay and renewal. Let the image of a mushroom, a simple, graceful form emerging from the dark duff, symbolize the gentle, surprising thoughts that might arise from your own resting, subconscious mind. They are not interruptions, they are fruiting bodies of your inner network. Observe their brief, quiet beauty, and then let them dissolve back into the fertile dark from which they came. The forest is also a place of gentle camouflage, of peaceful hiding. The mottled bark of a sycamore, the cryptic coloring of a moth resting on a lichen-covered branch, the velvet texture of a moss-covered stone, the ruby red of a solitary beetle. These camouflages are nature's way of paying attention, of focusing on the small, the quiet, the overlooked. They invite you to do the same. In your state of rest, you can let the beam of your attention become that soft, that focused. Let it settle on one peaceful image, the moss, the fern, the dust motes dancing in the light. Hold it there, gently. Don't analyze it. Just let it be illuminated in your mind. And then, when it's ready, let the beam move on, slowly, to another peaceful detail. This is a meditation of gentle spotlight attention, where nothing is demanded of the object of your gaze except to exist in its own beautiful, quiet way. Beneath that spotlight, on the forest floor, life continues in slow, deliberate ways. Consider the fallen log. It is a tree in its next phase of being. No longer reaching for the sky, it now offers itself to the earth. It becomes
A nurse log. Mosses and ferns settle on its decaying bark. Seeds from hemlock or spruce land in the moist, rotting wood and find it a perfect nursery, richer in nutrients and freer from competition than the forest floor. The log cradles them, feeds them. As the seedlings grow, their roots straddle the log, eventually reaching down to the soil below. Over decades, the log decays completely, leaving a line of mature trees standing in a row, their roots strangely arched, marking where the log once lay. The fallen tree gives its body to become the future forest. It doesn't disappear, it transforms. Its carbon becomes the bodies of new trees, of fungi, of insects. Its legacy is not a single monument, but a generation of life. This is a profound model of service and continuation. Your own past experiences, even the ones that feel fallen, finished, can be nurse logs. They can provide the moist, rich material from which new growth, new understanding, new peace can sprout. They are not wasted. They are in a state of fertile, peaceful decay, feeding what is to come. And from that decay sometimes arises a different kind of wonder, the mushroom, the fruiting body of the vast, hidden fungal network. They emerge overnight, it seems, elegant chanterelles, sturdy boletes, delicate ink caps, fairy tale amanitas with their bright red caps and white spots. They are the flowers of the underworld. They exist not to feed on the living, but to recycle the dead, to partner with the living. Their sudden appearance is a reminder of the unseen, constant work happening below. They are transient, often lasting only a few days before melting back into the earth. Their purpose is to release spores, to spread the hidden network further. In their brief, beautiful existence, they add a note of whimsy and mystery to the forest floor. Some are bioluminescent, adding their soft, green foxfire glow to the night. They remind us that beauty and purpose can be fleeting, can arise from darkness, can be part of a cycle of decay and renewal. Let the image of a mushroom, a simple, graceful form emerging from the dark duff, symbolize the gentle, surprising thoughts that might arise from your own resting, subconscious mind. They are not interruptions, they are fruiting bodies of your inner network. Observe their brief, quiet beauty, and then let them dissolve back into the fertile dark from which they came. The forest is also a place of gentle camouflage, of peaceful hiding. The mottled bark of a sycamore, the cryptic coloring of a moth resting on a lichen-covered branch,
the dappled coat of a fawn lying motionless in the ferns. This is not the camouflage of aggression, but of stillness, of blending in for safety, for rest. The tree itself is a master of this, through its bark, a textured, colored surface that breaks up its outline, that allows it to fade into the collective tapestry of the wood. In the forest, it is safe to be still. It is safe to be quiet. It is safe to simply be part of the pattern. You can adopt this peaceful camouflage now. There is no need to stand out, to be seen, to perform. You can blend into the background of the night. Let your breathing become as quiet and steady as the breath of the forest. Let your body become part of the pattern of shadows and stillness. You are camouflaged by the dark, by the quiet, by the shared condition of rest. You are safely hidden in the great, gentle collective of sleeping beings. From this hidden, still place, we can listen to a sound that is the very heartbeat of the forest's industry, the quiet tap, tap, tapping of a woodpecker. It is a sound of purposeful, rhythmic work. The woodpecker is not destroying the tree, it is engaging with it. It is searching for insects hidden in the bark, or carving out a cavity for a nest. That cavity, once abandoned, will become a home for chickadees, for owls, for squirrels. The woodpecker is a carpenter, a renovator. Its drumming is also a form of communication, a territorial beat that echoes through the woods. But to our ears, removed from the context of avian rivalry, it can become a soothing, percussive rhythm, a natural metronome. Its repetition is predictable, its tempo steady. It is a sound of focused, peaceful labor. Imagine that sound now, distant and muffled by leaves. Tap, 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 tap. Let it become a slow, soothing rhythm in your mind, a heartbeat for the forest, a gentle wooden drum guiding you deeper into the trance of rest. Each tap is a soft hammer driving a nail of peace into the framework of your thoughts, securing them, quieting them. And as the woodpecker works, it relies on a tree's incredible structural strength. Wood is a composite material, a masterpiece of natural engineering. Cellulose fibers provide tensile strength. They resist being pulled apart. Lignin, the glue that holds it all together, provides compressive strength. It resists being crushed. This combination makes wood both flexible and strong. It can bend in a storm and snap back. It can support enormous weight. A piece of wood, grain for grain, is stronger than a comparable piece of steel, and it is grown silently from air, water, and sunlight. This strength is not rigid, it is resilient. The tree sways, it gives, it absorbs energy and disperses it. Your own piece can have this composite strength. It can be built from the flexible fibers of acceptance and the strong lignin of core calm. It can sway with the winds of circumstance without breaking. It can absorb the shocks of the day and disperse them, converting them into the gentle warmth of resilience. Feel that composite strength in yourself now. Not a hard, unyielding wall, but a strong, flexible, living trunk of peace, grown slowly from the simple elements of breath and intention. This strength allows trees to become bridges, literally and figuratively. A tree that falls across a stream becomes a natural bridge for animals, a raccoon, a deer, a bobcat. Moss grows on it, and it becomes a green, living pathway over the water. Over time, soil accumulates on it, and seeds germinate, so the bridge itself starts to grow a new forest. The tree connects two banks, facilitates movement, creates a new habitat. We speak of bridging differences, and the tree is a perfect symbol for this. Its roots are in the earth, its crown in the sky, bridging the soil and the air. Its mycorrhizal network bridges individual trees into a community. Its fallen body bridges streams. It is a connector by nature. In your relaxed state, you can feel yourself as a bridge. Your body bridges the waking world and the world of sleep. Your mind bridges conscious thought and the subconscious flow of dreams. You are a connector between states of being. There is no effort in this. You are simply the structure that allows the peaceful stream to flow beneath you as you rest, stable and spanning between one soft bank and the other. As afternoon deepens in our imagined forest, the angle of the light changes again, and long, dramatic shadows stretch out from the trunks. The forest becomes a study in contrast, bright pools of light and deep, velvety shadow. This play of light and dark is not a conflict, it is a collaboration. The shadows define the light, give it shape and meaning. Without shadow, the light would be a flat, blinding glare. The forest embraces both. The trees cast the shadows, and they also stand in them. They are both the creators and the inhabitants of this interplay. In your own inner landscape, there are lights and shadows, moments of clarity and moments of uncertainty, joy and sorrow, activity and rest. The forest teaches us that these are not opposites to be resolved, but partners in a beautiful, necessary dance. The shadow of sleep is now lengthening across the bright, busy field of your day. It is not erasing the day, it is giving it depth, perspective, rest. It is defining the contours of your peace. Allow the shadows in your mind to deepen. Let them be soft, velvety, and cool.
They are not scary. They are the necessary contrast that makes the eventual return of light so sweet, so welcome. For now, rest in the beautiful, peaceful shadow of the trees. With the coming of evening, a special kind of quiet descends. The diurnal birds settle into their roosts. The nocturnal creatures have not yet fully stirred. This is the threshold time, the hinge between day and night. In many traditions, it is considered a magical time, a time when the veil between worlds is thin. In the forest, it is simply a time of profound transition. The wind often dies down, the light turns gold, then rose, then blue. The tree's silhouette becomes a stark black cutout against the colorful sky. It is a time for pause, a time for the forest to sigh and shift gears. Your own transition into sleep is such a threshold time. You are not fully awake, not yet asleep. You are in the hinge. It is a magical time for your mind, when logic softens and imagery flows freely. It is a time to be gentle with yourself, to move slowly, like the forest at dusk, from one state of being to another. There is no rush across this threshold. You can linger here in the blue, quiet light, feeling the day drain away and the night seep in, a peaceful transformation happening at the speed of a deepening shadow. And as the last light fades, the tree prepares for the coolness of night. It has spent the day with its stomata open, trading water vapor for carbon dioxide. Now, to conserve water, many trees will partially close these pores. It is a gentle closing, like the lowering of eyelids. The tree's metabolism slows. Its inner processes shift from production to maintenance, from expansion to conservation. It is a cellular-level decision to be still, to preserve resources, to wait. This is not a shutdown. It is a strategic retreat into a state of efficient quiet. Your body is making similar adjustments. Your metabolism is slowing. Your body temperature is dropping slightly.
Your systems are moving from the active sympathetic state to the restorative parasympathetic state. You are, at a biological level, closing your stomata. You are conserving your inner resources for the work of restoration that happens only in deep sleep. You are aligning with the ancient tree-like rhythm of the planet, day for activity, night for restorative quiet. It is the most natural thing in the world. You are not forcing sleep. You are allowing this innate vegetative shift to occur. You are letting your leaves, metaphorically, relax and close for the night. In this closed, quiet state, the tree is still working, but in a different way. It is integrating. The sugars produced during the day are being transported, converted, stored. Damage is being repaired at a cellular level. Information, the experiences of light, temperature, wind, is being processed not by a brain, but by the very chemistry of its cells. It is a time of internal organization, of silent repair. Your sleep, particularly deep sleep and REM sleep, serves a similar function. Memories are consolidated, neural pathways are pruned and strengthened, tissues are repaired. The psychological experiences of the day are integrated into the larger story of yourself. It is essential, invisible work. The tree doesn't know it is doing this work. It simply follows its programming. You don't need to consciously direct your sleep's restorative work either. You only need to surrender to the state in which it can happen. By relaxing, by letting go, you are giving your body and mind the green light to begin this gentle internal night shift. The forest is doing its internal work. You are now part of that forest, so you can trust that your own internal work is beginning, quietly, surely, in the dark. We have accompanied the tree through a full day and into the night. We have seen it as an individual, a community member, an ecosystem engineer, a symbol. Now let us expand our view one last time to a scale that can only be felt, not truly seen. From space, a forest is a green smudge on the brown and blue marble of Earth. The Amazon rainforest is a vast green lung. The boreal forest is a thick green belt circling the northern hemisphere. From this distance, the individual tree is invisible. What is seen is the collective effect, the color of life, the texture of peace on a planetary scale. This view reminds us that the peace of a single tree is multiplied trillionfold across the globe. It is a network of peace, a web of calm that wraps the planet. Your own peace, however small it feels, is part of this network. It is a point of calm in the human ecosystem. And when you connect to the image of the forest, you are not just tapping into one tree's serenity, you are connecting to the vast global resonance of green, growing peace. You are a leaf on the world tree. Your rest contributes to the overall restfulness of the system. It matters. It is part of the pattern. So, as you drift, know that your decision to rest, to seek peace, is a tiny, vital part of a much larger, quieter, greener harmony. You are in this moment helping to green the inner world, and by doing so, you are aligning with the most powerful, peaceful force on the planet, life itself, growing slowly, steadily, and calmly toward the light.
In this vast green harmony, there is a quality of silence that is not an absence, but a presence. It is the silence of growth. If you were to place a sensitive microphone against the bark of a tree on a warm, still day, you might hear faint, crackling, popping sounds. These are the sounds of the tree growing. As new cells form and expand in the cambium layer, as water columns tension and release in the xylem, they create tiny acoustic events. It is a sound of construction at a microscopic scale, a whisper of life pushing outward, ring by minuscule ring. But to our unaided ears, standing in the forest, this growth is utterly silent. It is the original silent disco, a dance of expansion happening all around us at a pace too slow, too subtle for our hurried senses to detect. This silent growth is the essence of tree-like peace. It is progress without noise, achievement without fanfare. It is the steady, quiet accumulation of substance and strength heard only by the patient earth and the passing centuries. Your own healing, your own progress toward peace can have this same silent quality tonight. There is no need for internal announcements, for checking in on your rest. The reparative work of sleep, the consolidation of calm, happens at this cellular, silent level. You can simply be the tree, growing your ring of peace in the dark, with a quiet, crackling pop that only the universe can hear. This silent growth is fueled by a process of incredible simplicity and elegance, the cohesion-tension theory. It explains how trees, some over 300 feet tall, manage to lift water from their roots to their highest leaves against the mighty pull of gravity. It works not with a pump, but with a pull. The leaves, through the tiny pores of their stomata, are constantly losing water vapor to the air, transpiring. This loss creates a tension, a subtle suction on the column of water in the tree's microscopic xylem tubes. Because water molecules have a strong attraction to each other, cohesion, and to the walls of the tubes, adhesion, this tension pulls the entire column upward from the roots to the leaf in an unbroken chain. It is a continuous, delicate strand of water hanging from the sky, rooted in the earth. The tree is a living manifestation of a physical principle, a testament to the power of connection and gentle pull. It is a system that relies on unity, on the unbroken chain of molecules. If an air bubble breaks the chain, that particular column fails, but others take over. Your own sense of peace can be like this water column. It is not something you have to push or force upward from below. It can be pulled from above by the gentle aspiration of your highest self, your desire for calm, for rest, for connection. And it relies on the cohesion of your intentions, the adhesion of your habits to the structures of your life. It is a continuous, quiet siphon of serenity, drawing nourishment from the deep soil of your being up to the furthest reaches of your awareness. You don't have to pump it. You only have to maintain the connection, the unbroken strand, and let the natural tension of aspiration do the work. And what of the leaves that create this tension? They are not passive sheets. Each leaf is a solar panel, but also a sophisticated climate control unit. It can adjust the opening of its stomata in response to humidity, light, and carbon dioxide levels. In dry, windy conditions, it will close them partially to conserve water, even if it means sacrificing some sugar production. It makes a quiet, constant calculus of economy. It balances the books of survival. There is no conflict in this decision-making. It is a smooth, hormonal feedback loop. The leaf does not worry about the trade-off. It simply responds, optimizing for the conditions of the moment. This is a lesson in adaptive peace. Your peace does not have to be a rigid, unchanging state. It can be responsive. On a difficult day, your stomata of engagement might close a little. You might conserve your emotional and mental water. That is not a failure of peace. It is an expression of it, an intelligent adaptation to the conditions. Tonight, your conditions are perfect for full openness. The humidity of quiet is high. The wind of distraction is still. You can open your stomata wide and let the gentle exchange of breath, releasing the day's carbon dioxide,
inhaling the night's cool oxygen, proceed at its own peaceful, unhindered pace. As the water is pulled up and the leaves do their work, the tree also engages in a gentle form of hygiene. It sheds not just leaves, but bark. In some trees, like the sycamore or the river birch, the bark peels away in thin, papery curls, revealing a smooth new layer beneath. This is exfoliation on a grand, slow scale. It removes parasites, lichens, and mosses that might have taken hold, allowing the tree to breathe more freely through its bark. It is a renewal from the outside. The old, weathered skin is let go, without ceremony, to fall and become part of the duff. The tree renews its boundary with the world. You too shed your skin, millions of cells every day. It is a quiet, constant process of renewal. As you rest, you can imagine shedding the psychic bark of the day, the minor irritations, the accumulated mental dust, the clinging fragments of stress. Imagine them peeling away like thin, papery curls of birch bark, fluttering down to the forest floor of your subconscious, leaving your interface with the world feeling new, smooth, and refreshed for the dawn. From the outer bark to the innermost pith, the tree is a record of its relationship with the cosmos, not just with yearly weather, but with events far beyond our atmosphere. In the rings of very old trees, scientists can find spikes in radioactive carbon-14. These correspond to known cosmic events, massive solar flares, supernovae that bombarded the Earth with radiation centuries ago. The tree, in its quiet growth, incorporated these atomic signatures into its body. It has stars in its wood. It carries a physical memory of stellar explosions in its concentric circles. Your own body, too, is made of star stuff. The carbon in your cells, the iron in your blood were forged in the heart of ancient stars and scattered across the universe. When you connect with the tree, you are connecting with a fellow repository of cosmic history. You are both archives of the universe's story, written in carbon chains and cellular structures. This thought can bring a deep, spacious peace. Your worries are not just small against the span of a tree's life. They are small against the cosmic story written in the tree's very fibers. And yet, you are part of that same majestic, ancient narrative. You belong to this story of starfall and growth and silent wooden remembering. There is a profound comfort in that belonging. You are not an accident in a void. You are a conscious expression of the same universe that makes trees and stars, and you are currently engaged in the universe's quiet work of rest and integration. On a more earthly scale, trees engage in a slow, patient form of architecture that shapes human peace. The alley, the avenue, the cathedral grove. Humans, recognizing the tree's power to create atmosphere, have planted them in rows, in circles, in vast orderly plantations. A lane of old oaks leading to a manor house creates a tunnel of green, a processional way that slows the approach, softens the perspective, and instills a sense of reverence. The redwood groves, with their pillars rising to an impossibly high canopy, inspire awe and humility, a natural cathedral. The apple orchard, with its rows of gnarled and generous trees, speaks of seasonal abundance and cyclic care. These human-tree collaborations are testaments to our innate understanding that trees order space in a way that soothes the soul. They create rhythm, repetition, perspective. They frame the sky. They guide the eye and the foot. In your mind, you can walk such an alley now. Picture a straight path
bounded on both sides by tall, arching trees, perhaps beeches with their smooth, gray bark. Their branches meet overhead, forming a green tunnel. The light at the end is soft, diffuse. Your footsteps are quiet on the leaf-strewn path. There is only the tunnel and the gentle light ahead, and the rhythm of the trunks passing by, one after another, a slow, steady beat that leads you deeper and deeper into a peaceful green horizon. Within such a planted space, or in the wild forest, trees also perform a service of gentle remembrance. They are living memorials. A tree planted to mark a birth, a marriage, a loss. It grows as the memory grows, changes as the meaning of the memory changes. It weathers storms as the sharpness of grief weathers into acceptance. It puts out new leaves as hope renews itself. The tree does not hold the specific memory, but it holds the space for it. It becomes a quiet, growing companion to human emotion. If you have a memory you wish to rest with tonight, you can imagine giving it to a tree. See yourself placing it like a sacred object at the base of a strong, kind trunk. Or see yourself planting a seed for it. Then let the tree take over. Let its roots encircle the memory, not to bury it, but to hold it. Let its branches sway above it, offering the memory shade and sky. The tree will not judge the memory. It will simply incorporate it into its peaceful, ongoing story of growth and season. It will help you hold it lightly and firmly in the landscape of your heart. And sometimes the tree's own form becomes a sculpture of such poignant beauty it takes the breath away. The wind-sculpted pines of a coastline, bent and streamlined by the constant salt breeze. The ancient, sprawling oak whose lower branches have dipped to the ground and taken root, creating a circle of daughter trees around the mother trunk. The bleached silver skeleton of a snag, a dead tree still standing, providing perches for eagles and holes for woodpeckers. Its bare branches a stark lace against a sunset sky. These forms are not planned. They are the result of a conversation, a lifelong dialogue between the tree's genetic blueprint and the specific forces of its environment: wind, light, rock, fire. Each tree is a record of that unique conversation. It is a testament to the beauty of a life lived in responsive dialogue with the world. Your own life, with its unique shape, its adaptations, its scars and graceful bends, is also such a sculpture. You are the result of a lifelong conversation between your innate self and the world you've lived in. There is no other sculpture exactly like you, and in this moment, that sculpture is in a state of beautiful, temporary rest, like the still, strong form of a tree in the moonlight, perfect in its unique, peaceful shape. As the night deepens further, let us consider the tree's relationship with the smallest of creatures in a way that exemplifies gentle mutualism. The aphid, a tiny insect that taps into the tree's sugar-rich phloem and feeds. In doing so, it produces a waste product called honeydew, a sweet, sticky substance. This honeydew attracts ants. The ants, in turn, will often farm the aphids, protecting them from predators in exchange for the sweet harvest. The tree tolerates this. It may even produce extra nectar in special structures to feed protective ants, a direct investment in its own defense. This tiny ecosystem on a twig is a model of negotiated peace, of turning a potential parasite into a partner through a chain of symbiotic relationships. It is a reminder that peace is often a web of gentle agreements, of tolerances that become mutual benefits. Your own mind hosts an ecosystem of thoughts, some of which may feel like aphids, sapping, sticky, persistent. But can you imagine them attracting a kind of ant of mindfulness, a protective, observing part of you that simply watches the thought, contains it, and in doing so, transforms its relationship to you? The thought is not attacked, not fought. It is managed, contained, and perhaps even seen as part of a larger, peaceful economy of the mind. This is an advanced, tree-like form of peace, not the absence of pests, but the integration of all actors into a stable, if sometimes sticky, homeostasis. Finally, as you hover on the very brink of sleep, think of the tree in the deepest winter dormancy. The sap has retreated, the living cells are supercooled, protected by natural antifreezes. All visible growth has ceased. The tree appears to all outward senses to be in a state of suspended animation. But inside, at a minute level we cannot perceive, minute preparations are underway. Hormones are shifting. The bud scales are tightening. The tree is not just waiting, it is anticipating. It is aligned with the sure, slow turn of the planet toward the sun. It trusts the orbit. It trusts the tilt of the Earth's axis. It knows in its woody heart that the light will return, that the angle will change, that the frozen ground will soften. Its peace is an active, trusting anticipation. Your sleep is a form of dormancy. You are trusting that the night will pass, that your systems will restore themselves, that the dawn, whether literal or metaphorical, will come. You don't need to know how the restoration works. You don't need to feel it happening. You only need to trust the cycle, as the tree does. You can surrender to this dormant state with complete faith, knowing that you are designed for this rhythm, that your internal systems are aligned with the cosmic clock, and that in this quiet, cold, dark time, you are preparing in the most profound way for your own next spring. So now, let the images soften. Let the facts blur into feeling. You have wandered through the green, silent, patient world of trees. You have been root, trunk, branch, and leaf. You have felt the pull of water, the pressure of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the cool of the night. You have been part of the network, the cycle, the conversation. There is nothing more to know tonight, only to be like the tree in the deep dark, still, breathing slowly, held by the earth, reaching in dreams for a light that is assured. Your rings of peace are growing. Your roots are drinking from the deep, quiet waters of the subconscious. Your leaves of thought have all fallen, creating a soft blanket of silence. You are home. You are the forest, and the forest is sleeping.
In the quiet heart of this sleeping forest, where your consciousness now rests like a seed in the loam, we can turn our attention to the subtlest of all the tree's arts, the art of reception. A tree does not only give, it is a master of receiving. It receives sunlight, not in a greedy grab, but in a patient, open-faced acceptance. It receives rain, not with a shudder, but with a gentle gathering, channeling each drop to where it is needed. It receives the nutrients stirred up by the earthworm, the minerals released by the weathering stone,
the carbon dioxide offered on our breath. It receives the pollinating touch of the bee, the seed-dispersing service of the jay. Its entire existence is a state of graceful, open reception. It does not question the gift. It does not doubt its worthiness. It simply takes in what is offered by the universe and transforms it into wood, into leaf, into life. This is a profound model for peace. So often we struggle to achieve calm, to manufacture serenity. But what if peace, like sunlight, is something we can simply receive? Tonight, imagine yourself as that receptive tree. Let the quiet of the room be like sunlight falling on your leaves. Let the support of the bed be like minerals rising from the soil. Let each exhale be a release of what you do not need, and each inhale be the reception of a gift, the gift of air, of stillness, of this moment. You do not have to make anything happen. You only have to be open and receive the peace that the night is offering. This receptive state is mirrored in a tree's relationship with sound. We think of trees as silent, but they are in fact resonators. The trunk of a tree, its branches, its very leaves can absorb specific sound frequencies and vibrate in sympathy. In a windstorm, the different tones produced by pine needles versus oak leaves create a forest-wide symphony. But even in a breeze, each tree has its own sonic signature, a note it sings when the wind passes through it. It is not an active song, but a responsive one. The tree offers its physical structure, and the wind plays it like an instrument. You too are a resonator. Your body, your mind can vibrate in sympathy with the frequencies of peace. The slow narration of these words, the memory of rustling leaves, the imagined coolness of forest shade, these are the wind passing through the instrument of your awareness. You are not creating the peace, you are vibrating in harmony with it. You are being played by the gentle wind of this story, and your resonance is your own unique, peaceful note in the dark. Listen for that inner note. It is soft, perhaps barely perceptible, a hum of contentment, a sigh of release. That is your tree song tonight. And what of the tree's silent, constant companion, its shadow? The shadow is not an enemy, not a void. It is a partnership. From dawn to dusk, the shadow rotates around the base of the tree, a dark, cool companion to the bright, warm trunk. It provides relief to the roots, moisture to the soil beneath it, a microhabitat for fungi and insects that shun the sun. The tree and its shadow are inseparable. One cannot exist without the other. They define each other. Your thoughts have their shadows, the unspoken implications, the quiet fears, the depths beneath the surface. And your rest has its shadow too, the not knowing, the release of control, the gentle oblivion of sleep. These are not to be feared. They are the cool, necessary companions to your conscious, sunlit self. They provide relief. They hold moisture for future growth. Tonight, welcome the shadow of sleep. Let it lengthen and deepen around you. It is the other half of your wholeness, the peaceful, dark complement to your waking light. This embrace of duality leads us to a beautiful physical fact, the tree's quest for balance. Arborists call it dynamic stability. A tree does not grow perfectly straight upward in a stiff, brittle column. It grows in response to forces. If it is persistently pushed by a prevailing wind, it will lay down more reaction wood on the leeward side, gradually correcting its posture to maintain an optimal balance between reaching for light and not over-toppling. It is constantly making micro-adjustments in its growth to remain stable in a dynamic environment. Its stability is not rigidity, it is responsive flexibility.
Your own emotional and mental peace is a form of dynamic stability. You are not expected to remain unmoved, unfeeling, perfectly upright at all times. True peace allows for sway. It involves those internal adjustments, laying down a little extra strength here, softening a little there in response to the prevailing winds of life. The goal is not to never move, but to have a root system and a trunk structure that allows you to sway without breaking, to bend and yet return to your essential, balanced self. Feel that dynamic stability in your body now. You are settled but not rigid, supported but not trapped. You can sway mentally into the soft pillows of sleep, knowing your roots, your breath, your intention hold you fast. From this balanced, receptive state, the tree offers one of its greatest lessons, the lesson of non-resistance to the elements. A tree does not hide from the rain, it uses it. It does not flee from the wind, it dances with it. It does not curse the snow. It allows the snow to rest on its branches until the weight becomes too great, and then it lets the branch bend and the snow slide off with a soft whoomph. It accepts fire as a part of its cycle. Some species, like the lodgepole pine, have cones that only open and release their seeds when heated by wildfire. The tree incorporates the element into its story. It does not see the world as something to be conquered, but as something to be engaged with, adapted to, and ultimately transformed by. Your journey into sleep is an act of non-resistance. You are not fighting wakefulness. You are not wrestling with thoughts. You are accepting the element of fatigue, the gravity of rest, the gentle fire of metabolism slowing down. You are allowing these forces to shape you, for now, into a sleeping being. You are engaging with the night, adapting to its conditions, and being transformed by its essential chemistry. There is no struggle in this. It is a graceful, elemental dance, and you have known the steps since the day you were born. Within this dance, the tree performs a quiet, global service that is the very essence of stability. It builds and holds soil. Before plants colonized land, the earth was a world of bare rock, scoured by wind and water. The first plants, and later the first trees, changed that. Their roots broke rock apart, physically prying into cracks. As they died, their organic matter mixed with mineral particles, creating the first true soil. This soil then held water, supported more life, and sequestered carbon. Trees are not just inhabitants of the soil, they are the architects and guardians of it. Their roots bind it against erosion, their fallen leaves replenish it. They are the gentle, persistent makers of the fertile, living skin of the planet. Your mind, too, can be seen as a kind of psychic soil. Experiences, like weathering forces, break down the bedrock of your innate potential. Thoughts and memories, like fallen leaves, decay and become the rich humus of wisdom and character. Your peaceful practices are the roots that hold this inner landscape together, preventing it from being eroded by the rains of anxiety or the winds of distraction. Tonight, you are tending to this inner soil. The quiet, the rest, the gentle imagery, they are like a soft, nurturing rain, soaking in, allowing the particles of yourself to settle, to cohere, to become fertile ground for whatever dreams may choose to germinate in the dark. And from this soil sometimes rise the oldest, most patient beings of all, the clonal colonies. We spoke of the aspen grove, Pando, but there are others. A creosote bushring in the Mojave Desert, estimated to be over 11,000 years old. A patch of seagrass in the Mediterranean, possibly 100,000 years old. These beings have chosen a strategy of endless renewal from the same rootstock. They do not invest in a single towering, vulnerable trunk. They spread slowly and laterally, sending up genetically identical stems. When one stem dies, the colony lives on. Their identity is not in the individual shoot, but in the hidden, enduring network. This offers another vision of peace, the peace of the colony. Your sense of self does not have to be a single, towering ego that must be defended at all costs. It can be a colony. Many aspects, many stems. The you that is a worker, the you that is a dreamer, the you that is a child, the you that is wise, all connected by a deep, ancient root system of being. If one aspect is cut down, the colony remains. Your peace is not dependent on any single part of you being perfect or strong or awake. It resides in the enduring, connected whole. You are a colony of experiences, memories, and potentials, and you are, in your entirety, designed to persist, to adapt, to spread peace laterally across the landscape of your life. Now, let your awareness drift to the edge of the forest, where the trees meet the meadow. This boundary, called an ecotone, is a place of special richness and diversity. Here, the deep shade of the wood gives way to the full sun of the field. Species from both habitats mingle. There are more nesting sites, more varieties of food, more layers of shelter. The edge is a place of abundance and gentle transition. Your own state between wakefulness and sleep is such an ecotone. It is a mental and spiritual edge, rich with potential. Here, the creatures of waking thought, logic, planning, memory, mingle with the creatures of the subconscious, symbol, emotion, dream imagery. It is a fertile, creative, and deeply peaceful space if you do not rush through it. You are lingering in the ecotone tonight. You are neither fully in the forest of sleep nor the meadow of wakefulness. You are in the soft, abundant borderland. Enjoy its richness. Notice the mingling. There is no need to hurry into the deep woods. The edge itself is a place of great beauty and gentle discovery. In this borderland, the tree offers a final gentle lesson about time through the phenomenon of release. A tree does not hold on to everything forever. It releases oxygen. It releases water vapor. It releases pollen. It releases seeds. It releases, eventually, its own body to decay. This is not loss, it is participation. By releasing, the tree feeds the world, plants the future, and makes room for its own continued growth. Its identity is not diminished by this constant, graceful letting go. It is defined by it. You too are in a state of release. With every exhale, you release carbon dioxide, a gift to the waiting leaves. With every softening muscle, you release tension, a gift to your own body. With every drifting thought you let go of, you release mental clutter, making room for the clear, quiet space of sleep. This is not emptying, it is engaging in the most fundamental exchange, giving out so that you can take in, releasing the old so that the new can find a place. So let the release deepen. Let go of the need to follow this narrative perfectly. Let go of the sense of where your body ends and the bed begins. Let go of the very concept of holding on. You are a tree in the calm night, releasing the day in a soft, continuous, peaceful exhalation. As you release, you may become aware of a subtle internal sense of rising and falling, not just of your breath, but of something slower, vaster. This is the tree's own subtle movement, the daily pulse of water. During the day, as transpiration pulls water upward, the tree's trunk actually shrinks minutely in diameter. At night, when transpiration stops and roots continue to draw water, the trunk reswells. It is a daily heartbeat, a slow hydraulic pulse that mirrors the tides. The tree breathes water. Its tide is driven by the sun and the moon's influence on the planet's water, all of it interconnected. You have your own tides, the circadian rhythms of hormones, body temperature, alertness. Right now, your tide is going out, retreating from the shores of wakefulness, pulling back into the deep restorative ocean of sleep. You can feel this ebb. It is a gentle, powerful, natural withdrawal. There is no fighting the tide. You can only float on it, be carried by it, into the quiet inner sea. And in that inner sea, at the very nadir of the tide, lies the seed of a concept that ties everything together: phyllotaxis, the arrangement of leaves on a stem, of branches on a trunk, of seeds in a pine cone or a sunflower head. This arrangement is almost always a spiral that follows the Fibonacci sequence or the related golden ratio. It is a pattern that maximizes packing efficiency, exposure to light, and structural strength. It is a pattern found throughout nature because it is a solution that emerges from simple, iterative growth rules. The tree does not calculate the Fibonacci sequence. It grows where the buds are formed, and the pattern emerges from the physics and chemistry of its growth. This pattern is a visual expression of deep mathematical peace, an order that arises from chaos, a beautiful, efficient form that is the natural result of life following its own simple rules toward the light. Your own body follows such patterns: the branching of your bronchi, the spiral of your DNA, the proportions of your bones. You are built according to these same peaceful, mathematical principles. As you rest, you are returning to that innate patterned order. The chaos of the day is settling into the deeper, spiraling structure of your being. You are an expression of phyllotaxis, of the golden ratio, of the universe's preference for beautiful, efficient, peaceful form. Your sleep is you realigning with that essential, patterned truth. So now we have traveled from the first tree to the fractal branch, from the whispering leaf to the silent, star-held ring, from the networked root to the soaring crown. We have sat in sacred groves and clung to cliff faces. We have been a colony and a cathedral, a receiver and a giver, a shadow and a beam of light. There are no more facts to learn, only a state to deepen. The tree's final lesson is simply this: be. Be where you are. Be what you are. Do the work of your nature, quietly and without fanfare. Engage with the elements. Connect with others. Release what is no longer needed. Grow at your own pace. And when the night comes, rest deeply, trusting the cycle completely. Let your breathing become the soft sigh of wind through pines. Let your heartbeat become the slow hydraulic pulse of sap in the pre-dawn. Let your body become the strong, silent trunk held by the earth, reaching effortlessly into the dark. Let your mind become the canopy of stars, quiet, vast, and peacefully detached from the ground of daily worry. You are now part of the forest. The forest is sleeping, and in its sleeping, it dreams the world into being, one slow, green, peaceful breath at a time.
In the deep embrace of this forest dream, let us explore the spaces between the trees, the quiet intervals that give the woods its rhythm and depth. Consider the clearing, a sudden opening in the canopy where sunlight pours down unimpeded, warming the ground, encouraging a burst of wildflowers, grasses, and young saplings. The clearing is often created by the fall of a single great tree, a legacy of light bequeathed by its death. In that new space,
life responds with joyful, rapid growth. But the clearing is not permanent. The trees at its edges stretch their branches toward the light, and the saplings within it race upward, and slowly, over decades, the canopy will close again. The clearing is a temporary gift of illumination, a sun-drenched pause in the green narrative. Your mind, in its journey towards sleep, may experience such clearings, moments of unexpected clarity, of peaceful insight, where the clutter of thought parts and a warm, simple understanding shines through. Do not grasp at these clearings. Do not try to build a house in them. Simply appreciate the light while it lasts, knowing it is a natural part of the cycle, a gift of space made possible by the falling away of some old, heavy structure of thought. Then, let the gentle growth of drowsiness slowly fill the space again, closing the canopy of your awareness with the soft, green veil of sleep. And in that clearing, if you look very closely at the ground, you will see the seedlings, the tree's hope for the future in its most vulnerable form. A tiny oak, no taller than your thumb, with just 2 or 3 leaves. It has survived the gauntlet of being a seed, avoiding predators, finding the right conditions, pushing its radicle down and its plumule up. Now it faces years, perhaps decades, of slow, risky growth in the dappled understory. It may be browsed by deer, shaded out by faster-growing plants, or simply fail to find the resources it needs. The odds are long. Yet the forest is full of them. This abundance of potential, this investment in the future, despite the high probability of failure, is an act of profound, quiet optimism. The parent tree does not worry over each seedling. It produces a multitude and lets go. Your own hopes, your gentle intentions for peace, for a better tomorrow, are like these seedlings. They are tender, vulnerable, and their success is not guaranteed. But the act of planting them, of setting an intention for rest, for calm, is itself a peaceful, optimistic act. You do not need to hover over them tonight, anxiously protecting them. You have planted them in the soil of your subconscious. Now you can trust the dark, moist environment of sleep to nurture them in ways your waking mind cannot. They will grow, or not, in their own time and way. Your only task is to provide the fertile ground of surrender. From the vulnerability of the seedling, we turn to the immense protective patience of the canopy. The high ceiling of leaves serves as a buffer against the extremes of the outside world. It moderates temperature, holding the day's warmth through the cool night and providing shade during the heat. It shields the forest interior from the full force of wind and pounding rain. It creates a stable, gentle world beneath. This is the forest's great gift of moderation. In your own life, you can cultivate a psychological canopy, a layer of perspective, of routine, of mindful practice that softens the extremes, that turns the gale force winds of bad news into a manageable breeze, that transforms the pounding rain of obligations into a gentle, nourishing drip. Tonight, your canopy is the ritual of bedtime, the story you are listening to, the intention to rest. It is moderating the external world, softening its sounds and demands, creating a stable, gentle microclimate within you where the tender seedlings of peace can thrive. Feel the protection of this canopy now. You are under its shelter. The storms may rage in the world outside, but here, beneath this green, layered peace,
there is only the soft, constant rustle of safety. Beneath this canopy, the forest floor is not uniform. It is a tapestry of micro-topography, tiny hills and valleys created by upturned root mounds, by fallen logs in various stages of decay, by animal burrows, by the simple heave of frost. This miniature landscape is crucial. It creates variation in drainage, in sunlight, in temperature. A fern may thrive in the moist hollow behind a root mound, while a seedling may find purchase on the well-drained crest of a decaying nurse log. This small-scale complexity increases the biodiversity of the forest. It means there is a niche for almost everyone. Your inner landscape, too, has this micro-topography. There are raised areas of confidence, damp hollows of memory, sheltered nooks of creativity, well-drained slopes of logic. Peace does not mean flattening this landscape into a boring plain. It means appreciating the complexity, understanding that each feature, even the seemingly difficult ones, provides a habitat for some necessary part of your spirit. The goal is not to eradicate the hills and valleys, but to inhabit them fully, to let each aspect of yourself find its rightful, peaceful niche in the ecosystem of your being. And moving through this landscape, almost invisible, are the threads of connection we've spoken of, the mycelium. But let us imagine it not as an internet, but as a nervous system of the forest, a slow, chemical nervous system. When an ant bites a leaf, the tree doesn't feel pain as we do, but it does register a disturbance. Hormones and electrical signals, yes, trees have very slow electrical potentials, travel through its tissues, triggering the production of defensive compounds. This information can also be shared via the fungal network. It is a slow-motion perception, a gentle awareness of being touched, of being interacted with. Your body, as you lie in the quiet, has this similar gentle awareness. You feel the pressure of the blanket, the coolness of the air on your face, the rhythm of your heart. These are not urgent signals. They are the slow, steady hum of your own aliveness, your own tree-like perception. You can rest in this simple somatic awareness. You don't need to do anything with these sensations. Just let them be, like the tree lets the bite of the insect be, trusting its slow internal systems to manage, to respond in their own time and way. Your body knows how to rest. You are feeling the proof of it in every soft, quiet signal. One of the most peaceful interactions in the forest is the symbiosis between trees and birds. The tree provides the bird with food, insects, seeds, berries, and with shelter for nests. The bird provides the tree with pest control, eating caterpillars that would defoliate it, and with seed dispersal, carrying fruits far and wide. It is a partnership of flight and rootedness, of song and silence. The bird's morning chorus, one of the most cheerful sounds in nature, is in part a celebration of this partnership, a declaration of territory that is also a declaration of home. As you drift, you can imagine this partnership. You are the rooted tree, offering the shelter of your stillness, and your breath, your gentle, rhythmic breath, can be like a bird, light, moving, a soft song that flies up from your roots, through your trunk, and out into the quiet air of the room, carrying seeds of peace into the world. You are both the shelter and the song. As the seasons turn, the forest engages in a massive, peaceful migration, not of animals, but of nutrients. In the autumn, nutrients are withdrawn from the leaves and stored in the twigs and roots. In the spring, they are mobilized again,
sent surging up the xylem to fuel the explosive growth of new leaves and flowers. This internal migration is a masterpiece of logistical planning, executed without a central commander. It is a decentralized chemical intelligence.
Your body performs similar internal migrations as you sleep. Resources are redirected. Energy is diverted from muscle movement to tissue repair, from conscious thought to memory consolidation. Hormones ebb and flow in tides that clean, restore, and rebuild. You are not in charge of this migration. You are the landscape through which it flows. You can simply observe, with a tree's detached curiosity, the feeling of resources moving inward, of energy concentrating in your core, of a deep internal spring being prepared for in the complete and trusting dark. This trust in cyclic return is perhaps the tree's ultimate spiritual offering. The tree is a perfect symbol of faith in process. It does not doubt that winter will end. It does not fear that the sun will fail to rise. Its entire biology is an expression of trust in the patterns of the cosmos. It prepares for winter with the same meticulous care with which it prepares for spring, because both are essential, both are part of the whole. Your own ability to sleep is an act of this same faith. You are trusting that letting go of consciousness is safe, that you will return, that the you that goes to sleep will be the you that wakes, refreshed and renewed. This is not a blind faith. It is a faith earned by a lifetime of cycles, of nights followed by dawns. Tonight, you can deepen that faith. You are not just a human going to sleep. You are a living being participating in a planetary, even cosmic rhythm of rest. You are aligning your trust with the trust of the forests, the trust of the tides, the trust of the turning earth. There is no safer thing to trust. Now, let us visualize a single specific tree to anchor all these feelings. Imagine a willow, not the weeping willow, but perhaps a pussy willow or a graceful white willow by a slow-moving stream. Its branches are long, slender, and flexible. They hang down, tracing soft lines in the air. In the slightest breeze, the whole tree seems to shiver delicately, a cascade of gentle movement from crown to water's edge. The willow teaches peace through flexibility. Its wood is tough but pliant, less likely to snap in a storm than a rigid oak branch. It bends to the water's flow, to the wind's push. It embodies the principle of wu-wei, effortless action, going with the flow. Imagine yourself as that willow now. Your thoughts are like the long trailing branches. They are not cut off. They are simply allowed to hang, to dip toward the water of sleep, to move with the gentle currents of breath. They offer no resistance. They are at peace with movement itself. Feel your own body with this willow-like flexibility, soft, pliant, flowing into the contours of the bed, into the shape of rest. By the stream where the willow grows, the air is often cooler, damper. This is the tree's influence on its immediate environment, creating a microclimate that favors certain mosses, certain ferns. It is a gentle shaping of the world through presence alone. Your own peaceful presence, especially as you rest, creates a microclimate around you. It softens the energy of the room. It can, in subtle ways, affect the atmosphere of your home. This is not a responsibility, but a natural consequence. As you become the peaceful tree, you emit the phytosides of calm.
You transpire the water vapor of release. You create a small, still, cooler spot in the warm rush of the world. Enjoy being this quiet center. Your rest is not a retreat from the world. It is a beneficial modification of a tiny part of it. As night reaches its deepest point, even the willow's gentle movement stills. The wind often dies in the hours before dawn. This is the still point. The tree is absolutely motionless. Not a leaf trembles. It is a statue of living wood, a perfect silhouette against the slowly lightening sky. In this still point, something magical can happen. Radiation frost. On clear, calm nights, the tree and everything around it can radiate its stored heat out into space. The temperature at leaf level can drop several degrees below the air temperature a few feet above. This can coat the tree in a delicate crystalline fur of frost, each needle, each twig outlined in white. It is a cold beauty, a peaceful transformation wrought by stillness and clear sky. Your mind, in the deepest part of sleep, reaches a similar still point. The winds of thought cease. In that profound calm, a different kind of clarity can form. Not the clarity of daylight logic, but the crystalline, beautiful clarity of dream logic, of subconscious pattern making. It may feel cold, distant, but it is breathtakingly beautiful and utterly peaceful. Welcome the approach of this mental frost. It is a sign that you have reached the still point, the core of the night's peace. And from that still, frosty point, the first change begins, not with a sound, but with a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness. The black softens to indigo. The tree's silhouette, once a solid cutout, begins to show the faintest texture of branches against the sky. This is the dawn, but not the sunrise. It is the first hint, the gentle promise. The tree is the first to know, standing sentinel through the night. It feels the shift in light long before our eyes register it. In your sleep cycle, there is a similar pre-dawn, a lightening of the depth of sleep, a gentle stirring of the system before full waking. You are not there yet, but you can trust that it exists, that the cycle holds it in promise. For now, you are in the deepest indigo, the silhouette phase. Rest here, in the absolute trust that the lightning will come in its own perfect, unhurried time. We have spanned from the clearing to the canopy, from the seedling to the ancient, from the flexible willow to the frost-stilled pine. We have been the network and the individual, the giver and the receiver, the still point and the promise of dawn. All the facts have blended into a single green feeling, the feeling of belonging to a much larger, slower, and wiser process than the day's concerns. So now, let the specific images fade. You don't need to hold on to the willow, the frost, the clearing. Let them melt back into the general sense of forest. Let the forest itself become a soft green presence in your mind, a feeling rather than a picture, a feeling of rooted support, a feeling of gentle upward reach, a quiet communal breath, a feeling of timeless, patient growth. You are that feeling. You are resting. The forest is resting with you. And in this shared, deep green rest, all is well.
In this uncharted wood of your own sleep, where you are both the explorer and the landscape, we begin to move beyond facts, beyond stories, into the realm of pure sensation and metaphor.
Here the boundaries we have held between tree and human, between root and thought, between leaf and breath, soften and blur entirely. This is the state where relaxation becomes restoration, where listening becomes dreaming, where the conscious mind gently hands over the watch to the deeper, older parts of the self. Imagine now that your body is not just like a tree, but that it is undergoing a gentle cellular arborealization. Your bones, the hardest, most mineral-rich parts of you, are becoming the heartwood, the dense, strong central pillar. They carry the weight of your years, your experiences, like the tree's rings, and they are perfectly structured to bear it. Feel your spine, in particular, as this central column, solid, stacked, reaching from the pelvis to the skull, a flexible tower of living bone. It is your trunk, and like the heartwood, it does not need to do anything active. It simply is. It provides the infrastructure. Let it feel heavy, settled, grounded into the bed, as if into deep, welcoming soil. Your muscles and connective tissue are the sapwood, the living, active layers just beneath the bark. This is where the flow happens. In the tree, the xylem and phloem move water and sugar. In you, blood and lymph move oxygen and nutrients, remove waste. This is the layer of gentle circulation, of soft, constant flow. Feel this flow now, not as a pumping, but as a slow, pervasive seepage. Imagine warmth, not a burning heat, but the gentle, living warmth of sap on a sunny day, spreading from your core, out along your limbs to the very tips of your fingers and toes. It is a tide of restoration, moving at the speed of a growing root, hydrating every cell, carrying away the metabolic whispers of the day's fatigue. Your skin is the bark. It is your boundary with the world, your protective layer. It is textured, sensitive, and alive. It breathes. It feels the air. It regulates temperature. Tonight, your bark is at peace. There is no harsh sun, no biting wind, no abrasive contact, only the gentle touch of fabric, the even temperature of the room. Your bark can relax its defenses. It can become porous, open, not to threats, but to the benign atmosphere of the night. Feel your skin softening, its awareness turning inward, becoming less a barrier and more a sensitive membrane, breathing in the quiet, breathing out the last vestiges of the day's tension. And your breath is the wind in the leaves, but also the transpiration stream itself. With every inhalation, you draw cool, calming air down into the deepest roots of your lungs. With every exhalation, you release warm, spent air, a gentle mist of release. But on a deeper level, the rhythm of your breath is the very pulse of the tree's hydrological system. The in-breath is the roots drinking, the slow pull of moisture into the trunk. The out-breath is the leaves transpiring, the gentle release of vapor into the sky. You are not just breathing for oxygen, you are breathing as a hydrological cycle in miniature. Each cycle cools you, cleanses you, connects you to the great planetary rhythm of evaporation and condensation. Breathe with this awareness now, slow, deep, unhurried. You are the tree breathing the night. Now, let your awareness travel to the crown of your head, the very top of your trunk. From here, imagine your nervous system, the vast branching network of nerves, not as wires, but as the finest, most intricate dendritic canopy. Each nerve fiber is a twig. Each synaptic connection is a leaf, tremulously awaiting a signal. But tonight, the sun of external stimulation has set. The wind of urgent thought has stilled. This neural canopy is quiet.
The leaves are not firing messages back and forth. They are simply resting, photosynthesizing, not light, but peace. They are turned inward, processing the internal weather of dreams and memory consolidation. Feel your thoughts, not as words, but the faint, phosphorescent shimmer of light on the underside of these resting leaves, beautiful, silent, and meaningless in the best possible way. They are just patterns of energy decorating the dark. Beneath this quiet canopy, in the space of your skull, imagine not a brain that thinks, but a brain that is a forest floor, damp, dark, rich with the humus of a lifetime of experiences. Here the mycelium of memory weaves its silent threads. Connections are made without your conscious effort. A scent from childhood links to a feeling of safety. A sound from today is woven into an older pattern of meaning. This is the work of the night shift, the slow fungal integration of your life. You are not in charge of this process. You are the ecosystem in which it occurs. You can trust this hidden, decomposing, recomposing work. It is how wisdom is formed, not from deliberate study, but from the slow, patient composting of experience into rich, fertile understanding. Let your mind be this forest floor tonight. Let things settle. Let connections form in the dark. There is nothing for you to do but provide the quiet conditions for this gentle, subterranean knitting. From this rich internal soil, let one last gentle image arise, the image of a single seed. Not a seed you plant, but a seed that is you. You are a seed of consciousness, nestled in the pod of this body, buried in the dark soil of the night. You are in the ultimate state of dormancy. All the plans, the identity, the striving of the day, that was the flower, the leaf, the mature plant. Now the plant has completed its cycle. It has created the seed, the essential condensed potential of you. And now the seed rests. It is the smallest, most potent form of your being. It requires nothing. It is waiting. It is full of a blueprint, a latent pattern of what you are and what you might become. But for now, its only task is to be dormant, to conserve its vital spark, to resist the temptation to sprout prematurely, to trust that the winter of sleep is necessary, and that the spring of waking will come and will provide exactly the right conditions for it to crack open and send a green shoot toward a new day. This seed of you does not know time. It exists in a state of potential time, where a century and an hour are indistinguishable in the dark. It is at peace with this timelessness. You can enter this seed consciousness now. Feel yourself as small, dense, complete. All you need is within you. You are surrounded by the nurturing, pressing dark of the soil. It is not confining, it is embracing. It holds you, protects you, keeps you at the perfect temperature and moisture for your restoration. You are safe in your seed shell. The world outside does not exist. There is only the dark, the quiet, and the slow, patient pulse of potential life within your core. And within this seed, the miracle of life is held in suspension. The DNA, the spiral ladder, the double helix is itself a fractal pattern, a tiny coiled tree of information. It is the ultimate phyllotaxis. It holds the instructions for every leaf you will ever grow, every emotional response, every peaceful breath. It is your personal microscopic forest, and it is resting too. The frantic unzipping and replication of the day has ceased. The strands are coiled, quiet, perhaps repairing a minor tear from the ultraviolet light of stress. They are at peace. Your very genes are resting. From the macroscopic forest of your imagination, we have journeyed down, down,
to the nanoscopic forest within your cells, and here, at the very source code of your being, we find the same patterns, the same peaceful, efficient, beautiful order. You are a forest all the way down. From this deepest, most microscopic level of peace, we can begin a gentle, effortless ascent back toward the surface of sleep, not to wakefulness, but to the threshold of dream. Feel the energy in your seed self begin to stir, not with urgency, but with a soft, rhizomatic creep, like a root tip feeling its way through the
soil. Your awareness begins to expand, slowly, blindly, in the safe dark. It is not looking for anything. It is simply exploring the space of rest. This is the beginning of the dream state. Images may form, not as sharp pictures, but as the soft, felt sense of being in a place. Perhaps it is a forest. Perhaps it is a room. Perhaps it is a sensation of floating. It doesn't matter. These are not distractions. They are the first tender root hairs of your consciousness, tasting the dream soil. Let them be. Do not follow them. Just acknowledge their gentle exploration and remain the seed, the core, the deep resting center. The dream roots will weave their own mycelial networks. They will connect seemingly disparate images, emotions, memories. They will create a hidden, symbolic infrastructure beneath the surface of your awareness. This is the mind's natural restorative work. It is weaving the tapestry of your inner world, using the threads provided by the day. You are not the weaver, you are the loom, and the loom is at rest, allowing the shuttles to move on their own, guided by the ancient, patterned machinery of the subconscious. The peace you feel is the peace of the loom, solid, steady, and content to let the cloth form itself in the dark. As this internal weaving proceeds, your body on the bed, your tree, enters its most profound phase of physical restoration. Growth hormone is released, cells divide and repair, the immune system patrols and cleans. This is the forest at its nightly work of decomposition and renewal. The fallen leaves of dead cells are cleared. New wood is laid down in the form of healed tissue. You are quite literally growing a new ring of health in the dark. This work is silent, automatic, and far more important than any conscious thought you could have. Your job is to stay out of the way, to be the peaceful landscape in which this essential maintenance occurs. You are the nature reserve, and the night crew is silently and efficiently restoring the trails, repairing the shelters, and ensuring the ecosystem thrives for another day. Breathing becomes even more automatic, more vegetative. The space between breaths may lengthen. The rise and fall of your chest is like the gentle swell of the earth itself, breathing in the cosmic dark. You are approaching the state of the tree in deepest winter dormancy, metabolism slowed to its minimum, life held in a state of perfect, suspended animation. This is not unconsciousness, it is hyperconsciousness at a cellular level, a focused, collective attention of every cell to the work of inner maintenance. Your conscious mind is merely a quiet observer in the cathedral of your body, listening to the soft, stone-like silence of profound rest. And in this silence, if you listen with the ears of your imagination, you might hear the faint cosmic hum that the tree hears through its roots, the vibration of the turning earth, the gravitational pull of the moon on the tides of your body's fluids, the silent flow of solar wind 100 million miles away. You are connected to it all. The tree is an antenna for planetary rhythms. So are you. Your resting body is tuning in, synchronizing its internal clocks with the grand, slow clocks of the universe. This synchronization is the essence of peace. It is coming into alignment with the fundamental frequencies of existence. You are no longer fighting time or gravity or rhythm. You are harmonizing with them. You are in tune. Now let go of even this subtle listening. Let go of the seed metaphor, the tree metaphor, the forest metaphor. Let the concepts dissolve. What is left is the pure, unadorned feeling they have cultivated, a feeling of weighted stillness, of warm darkness, of slow, endless expansion inward. This is the feeling of sleep itself. It is not an action, it is a place, and you have arrived at its border. The words that have been your guide are now like distant bird calls, fading into the general rustle of the woods. They have served their purpose. They have led you to the edge of the clearing. Now you step forward, alone, into the sun-dappled shadow of the dream forest, or into the deep, velvety dark of dreamless sleep. Which path you take does not matter. Both are part of the same peaceful wood. You are ready. The forest within you is prepared. The night is deep and kind. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to hear, nothing more to become. You are a tree in the peaceful night. You are the forest, sleeping. Let go of this voice now, as easily as a tree lets go of a leaf, and fall into the quiet, the deep, the green, and endless dark.
In the endless dark, a different kind of awareness begins. This is not the awareness of thought or of guided imagery, but the awareness of being itself, a deep, vegetative consciousness. Here, in the silent core of the night, we can explore the tree's existence not through its facts, but through its fundamental states, being rooted, being still, being patient. To be rooted is to be held. It is a surrender to support. The tree does not choose its place. A seed lands, and it grows where it is. Its first act is to send a root down, an act of faith that there is something below to hold it, to nourish it. That act of anchoring is the beginning of its peace. You too are rooted in this moment. You have sent the root of your intention down into the support of the bed, into the embrace of the night. You are not floating adrift. You are held by gravity, by the mattress, by the very structure of the earth. Feel this holding now, not as a passive state, but as an active, supportive embrace. The planet is holding you up. The universe is allowing you this rest. You are rooted in a network of physical laws that conspire to give you stability. Let go into that support completely. Imagine any lingering tension as a small, fibrous root finally releasing its grip on a barren stone and sinking into deep, moist, welcoming soil. You are home. You are anchored. You are safe. To be still is not to be inert. It is to be in a state of profound activity at a scale too slow for the eye to see. The tree is still, yet it is pumping water, crafting sugar, communicating chemically, adding microscopic layers to its rings. Its stillness is vibrant, purposeful, and full of hidden motion. Your stillness now is the same. Your heart beats, your lungs fill, your brain weaves dreams, your cells repair and rebuild. This is not the stillness of a paused video. It is the stillness of a deep flowing river, so smooth on the surface that it reflects the stars perfectly, yet moving with powerful, silent purpose beneath. Your stillness is active rest. It is the most important work you will do all day. You are not doing nothing. You are doing everything that matters at the level of biology and spirit.
So be still, without guilt, without impatience. Be the deeply still, deeply active tree in the moonlight. To be patient is to exist in a timescale divorced from desire. The tree does not wish for its leaves to grow faster. It does not fret that its trunk is not yet thick enough. It grows at the rate dictated by sunlight, water, and its own genetic blueprint. Its patience is not forced, it is inherent. It is the patience of a system perfectly aligned with its own process. Your journey into sleep requires this same inherent patience. You cannot force sleep. You can only create the conditions, the rootedness, the stillness, and then you must wait, with the tree's kind of patience. This waiting is not anxious anticipation. It is a peaceful abiding in the present condition, trusting that the next state, sleep, will emerge naturally, in its own perfect time, just as dawn emerges from night. Your patience tonight is a form of wisdom. It is the understanding that you are part of a process, and your only role is to not interfere. Let time stretch. Let seconds feel like minutes. Minutes feel like gentle, empty hours. There is no rush. The night is long, and sleep is a slow, gentle tide that washes in at its own pace. You are patient, like stone, like wood, like the turning earth. From these fundamental states, we can sense the tree's relationship with the other kingdoms of life, a relationship that models a peaceful society. The tree hosts the bird, but does not control it. It feeds the deer, but does not begrudge the browsing. It supports the fungus, but does not direct its growth. It is a benevolent presence that provides structure and resources and then allows other beings their freedom within that framework. It is a peaceful coexistence based on provision, not possession. In your own mind, you can host thoughts in this way. You provide the structure of your awareness, the resources of your attention, but you do not need to control every thought that lands, like a bird on a branch. You can let them perch, sing their brief song, and fly away. You do not need to begrudge the browsing deer of worry that takes a few leaves of your peace. It will move on. You provide the framework for a diverse inner ecosystem, and you allow it to function with its own wild, gentle rules. This is the peace of the generous host, who enjoys the activity of the guests, but is not disturbed by their comings and goings. This generous hosting extends to the very weather of emotion. A tree does not hide from the rain. It accepts it, uses it, and allows it to drip away. It does not resist the wind. It sways with it, learns from it, and grows stronger because of it. It does not curse the drought. It deepens its roots and waits. Your emotional weather, the passing showers of sadness, the gusts of frustration, the warm fronts of joy, can be met with this same accepting posture. You are the tree. The weather is not you. It passes through you. You feel it. You are shaped by it in the long term, but in the moment, you do not have to become it. You can let the rain of a remembered sadness fall through the canopy of your awareness, drip down the branches of your memory, and soak into the ground to feed future compassion. You can sway with the gust of anxiety without breaking, trusting your resilient trunk. You can endure the drought of boredom or emptiness by sending roots of patience deeper into the soil of your being. The weather is temporary. The tree is enduring. You are the tree. And in the quiet after the weather, there is often a gift. The rainbow, the clearing sky, the refreshed, washed clean air. The tree, still wet, glistens in the returning sun. Each droplet on a needle becomes a prism.
This is the peace after the storm, a peace that is brighter, cleaner, and more vibrant because of the disruption that preceded it. It is a peace that includes the memory of the storm, but is not dominated by it. As you rest, any emotional weather of the day is now past. You are in the glistening, quiet aftermath. The air in your mind is clean. The light of your consciousness is soft and filtered through the crystal droplets of release. This peace is not naive, it is seasoned. It is the peace of the tree after the rain, stronger, more beautiful, and deeply grateful for the quenching. Now let us return to the sense of touch, but at the tree's level. A tree perceives touch in a slow, chemical way. The gentle abrasion of a branch rubbing against another over years will cause the bark to thicken, to form a protective ridge. The constant pressure of a vine will be incorporated into its growth. It responds to touch not by moving away, but by growing with it, adapting its form to the contact. This is a profound lesson in acceptance. The pressures in your life, the gentle, persistent pressures of responsibility, of relationship, of routine, are not necessarily things to escape. They can be things to grow with. Over time, they thicken your bark. They shape your character in ways that are strong and beautiful. The pressure of the mattress against your body right now is that kind of touch. It is not an intrusion. It is a supportive contact that your body is meant to grow with, to relax into. Feel every point of contact, shoulder, hip, heel, not as weight, but as a gentle shaping pressure that tells your body, you are supported here. You can let go here. Grow soft against that pressure. Let your body mold into it, as a tree molds its bark around an embracing vine. From this tactile awareness, we can drop even deeper into the tree's experience of season, not as calendar, but as internal chemistry. The shortening days of autumn trigger not just a visual change in leaves, but a cascade of hormonal instructions. Stop growing, form abscission layers, store sugars in the roots. The tree doesn't think winter is coming. It feels the light change, and its chemistry shifts.
And it responds. It is a direct, unmediated conversation with the cosmos. Your body has similar, direct conversations. The fading light of evening triggers melatonin production. The comfort and quiet trigger the parasympathetic nervous system. You are not deciding to get sleepy. You are responding chemically to the conditions of night. You are in that direct, unmediated conversation right now. The conditions are perfect, dark, quiet, safe. Your internal chemistry is shifting, like sap sinking to the roots. You are entering your own hormonal autumn, moving toward the dormant, restorative winter of deep sleep. It is not a decision, it is a natural, inevitable response. You can let it happen with the same lack of deliberation as the oak on the hillside. The light has changed. The signal has been given. The response is underway. All is proceeding exactly as it should. In this hormonal twilight, the boundaries of the self become wonderfully ambiguous. Where do you end and the bed begin? Where does your breath end and the air begin? The tree has no such confusion. Its roots are in continuous exchange with the soil, water, and minerals flow in. Sugars and compounds flow out. Its leaves are in continuous exchange with the air. Carbon dioxide flows in. Oxygen and water vapor flow out. The tree is not a sealed unit. It is a process of exchange. You are the same. You are breathing the room's air, soon to be part of the room's air.
You are radiating heat into the space. You are a process, not a thing. This fluid identity is profoundly peaceful. It means you are not a fragile, isolated statue. You are a flow, a pattern, a temporary, beautiful confluence of elements that is, right now, in a state of peaceful, slow exchange with the universe. You are giving and receiving with every heartbeat, every breath. You are part of the great breathing biosphere. You are the tree, and the tree is part of the forest, and the forest is part of the planet, breathing in the starlight, breathing out the night. And as this sense of fluid identity settles, the need for any kind of narrative, even this one, falls away. The facts have done their work. They have gently sanded down the sharp edges of your wakefulness, have softened the glare of conscious thought. They have been the soft rain that prepared the soil. Now the soil is ready. The seeds of sleep are germinating. The words can become like the distant sound of that rain, now stopped, leaving only the drip, drip, drip from the leaves and the rich, silent absorption of moisture into the earth. So we will let the voice become that drip, slower, softer, fainter. Just a rhythm in the dark, a gentle beat to which nothing needs to be attached.
You are beyond stories now. You are in the state the stories described, rooted, still, patient, a receiving host, a weather-enduring presence, a chemical conversation with the night, a process of gentle exchange. You are these things, not thinking about them, being them. Let the drip of the words slow to a single drop every few seconds, each one a full stop, a period of silence that grows longer. In the long, warm silence between the drops, a new kind of space opens. This is the space of pure potential, the space where the tree exists between the ring of last year and the ring of next year. It is the cambium layer, the thin, living frontier between what has been built and what is yet to be. This is where growth happens, not in the past, not in the future, but in the razor-thin present moment of cellular division. It is a frontier of quiet becoming. You are in your own cambium layer now. The past day is the inner ring laid down, recorded, immutable. The coming day is the outer ring, not yet formed, a story waiting for its wood. But right here, right now, in the dark quiet, you are the living frontier. You are not the accumulated weight of yesterday's struggles, nor the anticipated pressure of tomorrow's tasks. You are the soft, vital layer in between, where restoration occurs, where the raw materials for future growth are assembled in the dark. Feel yourself as this frontier, not a thing, but a process, a gentle, persistent becoming that requires no effort, only the peaceful conditions of the night. In this frontier state, the concept of purpose softens. The tree's purpose is not a destination, it is its own existence. To grow, to photosynthesize, to reproduce, to contribute to the ecosystem, these are not goals it strives toward. They are simply what it does by being a tree. Its purpose is implicit in its form. Your purpose right now is equally implicit. It is not to solve, to plan, to achieve. Your purpose is to rest, to restore, to be the living frontier where the body repairs and the mind consolidates. It is a humble, vital purpose, and you are fulfilling it perfectly simply by continuing to lie here, breathing, surrendering to the cellular intelligence that knows exactly what to do. You are achieving your most important goal for this moment, being in a state of restorative peace. From this frontier, we can sense the tree's deep, abiding relationship with the cycle of the day, a cycle mirrored in your sleep architecture. The tree's dawn is a slow stirring of stomata, an orientation of leaves. Your dawn is the eventual gentle ascent from deep sleep into lighter stages, perhaps punctuated by dreams. The tree's midday is a peak of transpiration and production. Your midday is your waking life of action and interaction. The tree's dusk is a slowing, a conservation of water as the heat wanes. Your afternoon is the gentle fatigue of later hours. The tree's dusk is the closing of pores, the settling into stillness. Your dusk is this ritual of going to bed. The tree's night is a time of internal transport and subtle adjustment. Your night is this journey through sleep stages. You are not on a human schedule, you are on a tree schedule, a biological schedule written into life itself. You are exactly where you should be in the great diurnal wheel. And as the wheel turns, the tree engages in a silent, slow dialogue with the moon. The moon's gravity pulls on the Earth's water, creating the tides. It also creates a much smaller, almost imperceptible tide in the solid Earth itself, a tiny, rhythmic flexing of the crust, and it pulls on the water columns in trees. While the effect is minuscule, some studies suggest that trees may have a very slight, rhythmic pulsing in their growth or sap flow tied to the lunar cycle. They are connected in this faintest of ways to the celestial dance of our nearest neighbor. Your body, too, is mostly water. The moon pulls on you. Your sleep cycles, your moods, the very fluids in your brain may have subtle tidal rhythms linked to that distant silvery light. As you rest, you can imagine the moonlight not as a visual beam, but as a gentle gravitational caress, pulling the sap of your consciousness in a slow, calming tide, washing you further onto the shore of sleep. You are part of this ancient watery attraction. It is a peaceful, pulling force, drawing you deeper into the planetary rhythm. Beneath the moon's pull, the tree stands in a profound acceptance of what is. It does not lament that it is not a river or a bird or a mountain. It is a tree. It accepts the limitations and the glories of its treeness. It accepts the soil it is in, whether rich or poor. It accepts the rainfall, whether plentiful or scarce. This acceptance is not resignation, it is the foundation for intelligent adaptation. From the firm ground of what is, it can then grow toward what is possible. Your peace tonight is built on a similar acceptance. Accept the state of your body, tired, perhaps aching in places, but here, resting. Accept the state of your mind, perhaps still flickering, but willing to listen, to quiet. Accept the conditions of the room, the temperature, the sounds, the darkness. This is your soil, your rainfall, your location. From this acceptance, without resistance, your entire system can relax into the intelligent adaptation of sleep. The fight is over. The acceptance is complete. Now, growth, the growth of peace, of restoration, can truly begin. This acceptance allows for a phenomenon in trees that is a beautiful metaphor for healing: compartmentalization. When a tree is wounded, a branch breaks, an animal gouges the bark. It does not heal the wound in the way an animal does by regenerating tissue. Instead, it walls it off.
It creates chemical and physical boundaries around the damaged area, sealing it from the rest of the living tree. The wounded wood becomes inert, a knot, a scar. The tree grows around it. It incorporates the wound into its structure, often making the trunk stronger around that sealed compartment. It does not erase the damage, it contains it and continues living, its vital flows routed around it. Your psyche does the same. Painful experiences are compartmentalized. They are not erased, but they can be walled off, sealed, and you can grow around them. Your vital energy can find new pathways. The scar remains, a knot in your grain, a record of survival that adds to your unique character and strength. As you rest, imagine any emotional wounds from the day being gently compartmentalized, not ignored, but acknowledged, sealed with the resins of self-compassion and set aside. Your life force, your peace flows around them through the healthy, living wood of your spirit. You are growing around your history, stronger for the scars, not in spite of them. And from this strong, scar-incorporated trunk, the tree performs its quiet daily miracle of atmosphere. We've spoken of it making oxygen, but let us feel it. Each leaf is a tiny green lung, breathing in the exhaust of the world, our carbon dioxide, the decay's carbon dioxide, and breathing out the fresh, vital gas of new beginnings. It is a constant, planet-wide act of forgiveness and renewal. Every breath you take that is calm is made possible by this forgiveness. As you exhale your own carbon dioxide, the metabolic waste of your day's labors, you are offering it to the imaginary leaves of this forest. And as you inhale, you are receiving their gift of renewal. You are a literal, life-sustaining partnership with the greenery of the world, a partnership of reciprocal breath. Feel the generosity of this exchange. You are supported by an unseen, global network of leafy generosity. Your rest is part of that network. Your exhalation feeds them. Their imaginary exhalation sustains you. It is a perfect, peaceful circle of giving and receiving, and you are a willing, breathing participant at its center. Now, let us return to the feeling of the forest floor, but at the level of pure sensation. Imagine the duff beneath you is not leaves, but layers of soft, discarded time. The top layer is
The crisp, recent past, the thoughts of today. Beneath that, a softer, damper layer of last week's concerns. Deeper still, a loamy layer of last month's memories. And further down, the peaty, ancient layers of childhood, of ancestral memory, of genetic history. You are lying on all of this. It supports you. It is not a burden, it is your foundation. The deeper you sink into rest, the more you connect with these older, quieter layers, where time is slow and rich and full of forgotten nutrients. You are not just resting on a bed, you are resting on the accumulated, composted experiences of your entire life, all turned to soft, supportive earth. It is safe to sink here. This ground will hold you. It has been waiting for you to return, to recharge from its deep, timeless fertility. From this deep, historical soil, the tree draws not just water, but a sense of place. Its roots are entangled with the roots of its ancestors, with the bones of animals, with the dust of glaciers. It is literally rooted in history. You too are rooted in a personal and collective history. The language you think in, the rhythms that soothe you, the very structure of your brain are inheritances. As you rest, you are tapping into that inheritance. The calm you seek is not a new invention, it is an ancient animal birthright.
You are remembering how to be still, how to be safe in the dark, how to trust the cycle of sun and moon. You are remembering your own deep biological past, when your ancestors slept under trees, listening to the wind, knowing they were part of the living, breathing world. This memory is in your cells. It is a peaceful, primal memory. You are coming home to it tonight. And in that homecoming, the last vestiges of separation melt away. The tree is not in the forest. The tree is of the forest. You are not in the night. You are of the night. You are not listening to a story about peace. You are the substance of peace, taking its nightly form. The listener and the listened to are one. The breather and the breath are one. The sleeper and the sleep are one. The voice that guides is now just a thought in your own mind. The images are your own dreaming. The feelings are your own deep cellular truth. You have absorbed the tree. You have become the forest. The journey from facts to feeling is complete. All that remains is the gentle, persistent, quiet hum of existence. The hum of sap in the trunk. The hum of blood in the veins. The hum of the planet spinning in the silent black. It is all the same hum, and you are that hum, soft, low, and endlessly peaceful, and warmer and deeper.
The hum softens until it is no longer a sound, but a vibration, and then a feeling, and then a state of being. You have traveled through the vast, quiet library of tree facts, each one a leaf in the endless canopy of knowledge. You have felt the slow stretch of tree time, the patient pulse of growth, the silent conversations in the dark soil, the gentle exhale of oxygen that gifts the world breath. These are no longer separate pieces of information. They have blended, composted, and become the very soil of your awareness in this moment. They have done their gentle work of soothing, of slowing, of grounding. Now the facts can fall away like autumn leaves from a still branch. They have nourished you. Their purpose is complete. What remains is not the details, but the essence, a deep, wordless, green peace. Your body is no longer a body thinking of a tree. It has become the experience of rootedness. The bed is the earth. The blanket is the duff layer. Your breath is the soft, nighttime respiration of the forest itself. There is no separation. You are not in a room. You are in a woodland glade that exists within the timeless geography of rest. Your mind is no longer a mind following a story. It is the quiet canopy after the wind has died down. Every thought is a star seen through the branches, distant, beautiful, and utterly irrelevant to the dark, peaceful ground below. Let the stars twinkle. They are not your concern. Your only task is to be the ground, the trunk, the silent, spacious awareness that holds it all without effort. And your spirit? Your spirit is the seed we spoke of earlier. It has found its perfect place in the dark, fertile loam of this night. It is dormant. It is whole. It is complete. It needs nothing, wants nothing, strives for nothing. It is simply present, encased in the gentle shell of this moment, waiting not for morning, but simply being in the eternal now of sleep. This is the destination, not a place you arrive at, but a state you remember, the state of pure, unadorned being. The tree knows this state for its entire life.
You are remembering it now. So we come to the end of our spoken journey. The voice that has accompanied you will now recede like the last ripple from a dropped stone in a forest pond. It will soften and fade and become part of the general silence from which it came. There is nothing more to say because everything that needed to be communicated is now being felt in your bones, in your breath, in the heavy, wonderful weight of your resting body. You are safe. You are held. You are part of an ancient, patient, living system that knows how to rest, how to heal, how to grow in the dark. From the first tree to the last fact, it has all been a long, gentle whisper leading to this single, silent truth. You are allowed to rest as deeply as the forest rests. You are designed to. Now let the whisper become the silence. Let the guidance become your own natural rhythm. Let the forest in your mind become the reality of your sleep. The night is deep. The trees are standing guard. Your roots are drinking from the deep well of peace. Sleep is no longer something you need to find. It is what you have become.